Yeah. Oh, there it is.
And we're live. Hey.
This is the casual start.
Yeah, this is just the chill. Hey.
So hot right here. Oh,
You,
how
you
bright is
seriously
it?
got.
There's
It's
like
really
a lens
bright.
flare.
You-
It
It matches the paper.
that sounds right. If you were to draw the contour of my head right now, you'd want to draw that line to go in right there.
Oh, give
Right
me
there.
one
There's
sec.
first lesson. That's your contour. Bring it in around the light. Bring it in around the light.
All right, we're definitely live because I just heard myself talking to myself.
Whoa, I'm hearing a loop feedback.
Yep, ignore it. I sort it out in a second.
Oh, okay.
Past me figures it out.
There's like a lens. Do you turn down the audio on that other extra video?
It matches the paper. I just closed it.
That sounds right. Do I have it playing somewhere?
Whoa, what is going on?
You'd want to draw that line to go in right
Oh,
there. Right there. There's first lesson. That's your
Why do we have a
bring it in
lag?
around the light.
That's really strange. What's happening? Alright, we're definitely live because I just heard myself talking to myself.
Well, I'm hearing
It's looping again.
Yeah, ignore it. What? Wait. Sort it out.
Okay.
Past me figures it out. What is going on?
I'm trying. Do I have any other windows open?
Yeah, do you have a window open?
Just a bit. Do I have it playing somewhere?
Whoa, what is going on?
That was intense.
It stopped. Wait.
That was intense.
That was. We had like some kind of strange time-space continuum thing going on.
We started by just
breaking everything.
by diving into the vortex.
Yep.
That's
We
how it all
divided by
started.
0.
There we go.
We divided by 0. Look, we've got viewers. Hello.
Welcome. Did they catch us in the vortex?
They've found us. They've seen us spiraling into whatever that was.
We started it all with an audio problem.
Brilliant.
In a vortex.
We started late
That's
and with an
beautiful.
audio problem.
Oh.
Welcome to the Artist Lounge podcast. We're clearly the most quality podcast on the internet.
Without a doubt. Oh God.
Success.
That was wonderful. What a way to go.
What a way. Okay, so I guess we should introduce ourselves.
Yeah.
So, I'm Sarah. Hi, Internet. I'm from AGamerDraws. I'm the artist and the author for The Chronicles of Geisra, a manga series. And I'm also the owner of Geisra Inc. There we go.
Yeah. And, well, here, let me shove my face under here again. You get it all bright? Let's get some lens flares going. See, here I am.
Oh, dude, there you go.
So, I'm Mike Steffen, a.k.a. Funisher, mod of Artist Lounge, and co-owner of FM Gallery in Oakland, and artist myself. And I had a desk in my back right there, and now I don't.
And now you're back.
And I'm gonna need this right here. Yeah, we're gonna go through a lot of those.
Is that the wine?
Yeah, you know, I think it's gonna happen the most. I found this pen when I was cleaning my studio, because I guess I'm gonna be like throwing down some super sick. Gonna be a raft rider. No, I found this and I have yet to. Obviously, haven't used it. I don't even know how to start using it. I imagine I'm going to try just mashing the tip and seeing if the ink goes into the tip.
Yeah,
and I imagine whenever I fail and ink goes everywhere, then I'll drink more of that. So that's my plan when I get to that point. But we're not there yet.
You should start using it like midway through drawing.
That's the plan. Yeah, and then I'll ruin. This is an arches block of paper. So then I'll ruin that, which means if I ruin a sheet of arches, like then you really feel like you're losing.
No.
Like that's like you really feel the pain. It's like I described it earlier as like when you mess up a sheet of arches, it's like you just went and bought a burrito and you threw it straight into the trash. That's what it feels like. Like the guy was handing it to you and you did that prank where you go like "fuck you" and you let it fall on the floor, but you did it to yourself.
Oh,
That's
no.
what it feels like when you mess up an arches piece of paper.
That's not a good thing.
All right.
Put the mic in shot. Hello, Mike. There we go. Oh, you're also called Mike. Hello.
Hopefully everyone... We have a thread currently in the Artist Lounge.
Yep, and people can ask questions or just chat to us.
And it seems like...
You're watching chat, aren't you? So you can pick up all the questions and stuff and read them out.
Yeah, you can hear me clacketing away right now.
Indeed. Doing stuff, being businessy, making things happen.
Yeah.
So we're going to be drawing submissions from Reddit Gets Drawn. I think we'll just start with the same one, and then if one of us feels like it, we can move on to others and stuff. So we'll start with the same one.
There's no... I'm gonna be blown away if I can even finish one in the amount of time that we do this.
I haven't decided if I'm going to full-on do a big proper drawing or if I'm going to do sketchy stuff. I don't know. I'll figure it out when I start.
Oh man, this
We
is
should
gonna
probably
be...
say where we are and what the times are, and then people can let us know where they are and what times they've got.
Yeah, exactly. Because we are... Yeah.
I'll start with stupid o'clock. So I'm in England, UK, and it is currently 1:43 a.m.
And that's when you start.
That's when we're starting.
And for me, it's 5:43 p.m. in Oakland, California. So obviously, even with the time difference, even finding the one time to work has required you to change a Sunday night sleep schedule.
Yeah.
And then I'm just like running home from work, like, oh god,
full speed,
smashing myself onto a train.
Sonic all the way home.
Yeah, it's really intense. And then I come in sloppy, even still trying to put things together, and we start late still.
It's fine.
I'm gonna try to leave work like 15 minutes early on Mondays to make it work better.
Will they let you?
I like to pretend that I don't give a damn. They'll have to find. They'll have to let me.
Your own boss. You don't.
Here's the thing. Yeah, when I'm at my day job, I carry so much authority that they wouldn't even question when I walk out of the building. They wouldn't go, where the hell's Mike think he's going? And then the door slams, and then they mumble that they should fire me to each other as I leave.
No.
They'll be. I don't think this guy's a team player.
You're a team player. You're just on the internet, team playing with people on the internet.
I'm better at it. I'm not. No, I'm actually not even good at that. You should see me like try to game with people. I tried playing some Left 4 Dead 2 with people, and it was like that thing where you're clearly the worst at it. Like clearly, like you're dying way before everyone else, and then like you join in on a team, right? And then the mission starts, and everybody just like knows exactly what they're doing, and then they all go like a direction, and then meanwhile I'm stuck behind a car, and so I'm that guy.
Yep. Everyone starts out as that guy though. Although Left 4 Dead's got like a co-op campaign, hasn't it? I played that with one of my friends, and you've got to like complete little tasks in it. And one of the tasks, I didn't care. I was like, no, I'm done. I'm just gonna kill zombies and run around like a nut.
That's what I thought. I should do.
Exactly. So I'm just running around, and I see a car, and I'm like, why don't I just grab that? Like, why not? So I jump in the car, I drive off, I land in a tree, and I can't get out of the tree. I don't know what I'm doing. And my friend just goes over the mic. He just says, "Oh, the task says that we need a car, but the car that we need isn't here." And I just realised that the mission-centric car I've nicked and crashed into a tree.
Yeah, you ruined it for everybody.
So that's how
the
good
role.
I am at games.
Yeah, that's the role of being the noob. Well, I'm just used to you just run around and shoot anything that's not you. And then since then, games have directives and missions, and they got smarter. And but I did not get smarter with them. But whatever, it's all right. It's all right.
It's okay. Okay, so I guess we'll say who we're drawing first then.
Yeah, definitely.
So we've gone on to new, because we thought we'd find something where either no one's drawn or very few people have drawn. And we're going to be starting with Inglorious Manted's drawing, which is currently #1 on new, I believe.
Yeah.
So I'll be streaming my screen, so you'll be able to see the picture as I'm drawing it. And
And
yeah.
which is that I was actually thinking about that on the way back, and I was maybe glad that you're a digital artist, so then people could actually see that, because they don't get to see any of the actual any of that behind the scenes stuff from my screen. They just see my glowing forehead.
Your gorgeous forehead.
Yeah, radiating like the sun.
And the slowly diminishing wine.
Well, that's glass number 1. We'll keep count.
Oh my word, we need to figure out how to put overlays on here so that we can put a count up for the glasses of wine drank. We can just have like a ticker going along the top. We need
that should be going at all times. That
Maybe
should be
we can
going
get
at all
chat to
times.
count. Everyone on Reddit count the amount of glasses that Mike goes through.
It's gonna be few. Things are gonna get like looser as it goes on. I can promise that.
Okay.
Oh boy.
I'm gonna jump over to my screen then.
I'll be starting myself in just a moment.
Shall stream my entire screen? No, I don't want to stream the stream. There we go. There we go. So it should be showing my screen at the moment. And I've got... Ah, yes, it's got a little thingy at the bottom that's letting me know.
Were you sure to minimize all the pornography before sharing the screen?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Can't be having that, can't we?
That's... You see, I was sure to clear all of my desk porn off. I keep all my porn just on on a desk. I'm very old-fashioned.
Oh really?
I got
Quick
home.
access.
I saw the stacks of. It was I found a nice stash of forest porn, just the garbage bag in the woods, and I was sure to clear all the forest porn so tomorrow morning I can take it back out to the woods so
Wait,
people
so
can find it.
what, did you scan it then? Is that your story?
That's not really the spirit of forest porn. Forest porn, you just take it.
So how's it on your desktop then? What are you talking about?
It was just on my desk under my drawing table, and then now I put it back in the garbage bag, and I take it back out and I bury it in the woods for someone else.
So
to
it was
find.
on your real desktop?
Yeah, the real one, not my
But-
computer one. I'm a traditional artist, so I'm very traditional with my forest porn.
Oh dear.
Mm-hmm.
I love it. I love that we've gotten onto this immediately.
Oh yeah,
That
things are
and-
gonna go that very fast.
Yeah, that and burrito theory.
And
That's
burrito
our
theory.
hashtag, by the way. Everyone watching, if you want to talk about this on Twitter, you have to hashtag burrito theory, and we're not
Mhm.
going to tell you why. That's just
Yeah,
that's just
that's
happening.
just part of it. It comes with the terrain. I'm gonna open a burrito shop
A
in
burrito
London.
shop.
Yeah, in London, and I'm gonna just dominate.
Oh, because we don't have burritos.
There's no competition. I'm gonna corner the market. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm trying to draw. I'm like, I need to think, and I also need to speak. What am I doing? You've got the chat open, right? Yeah.
Yes, I do, and I'll have to just keep refreshing it, and people can hear me clickety clack away.
Clack, 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 clack.
Kaisengard is saying he's gonna lampoon all that we do, and we can't escape. I believe him.
Lampoon.
I believe him. He's gonna get us. He's gonna get us with his wit.
I'm worried now. Lampoon sounds like a pirate word.
Well, I mean, I'm assuming he's using it in kind of the National Lampoon satire meaning. Although he could mean it literally, he could mean that he's just gonna kick down my door and lampoon me. Just
I think that's legit what he's going to be doing. I think that's the plan.
I wouldn't roll it past him. I believe in him. He gets things done. I follow his Instagram.
What? What does that mean?
Don't even worry about it.
That concerns me. You know things because of Instagram.
I should probably draw. Okay, there we go. Art time.
Art time.
I have to cough. At my work, we've been shuffling around a warehouse and just walking through a constant cloud of drywall dust. And I don't care if you wear a mask or whatever, that stuff is just That just is everywhere.
That's nasty.
Yeah, it's the worst. I'll wash it down with some of this here. You already have a much better start than I do.
Are you working at a gallery then when that's happening, or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like the storage warehouse of the gallery that will be turning into the warehouse itself, turning into a gallery. Oh, you're going to be hearing all my scrapies of my pencil.
It's fine. It's fine. We're all artists. It's fine. We're all used to it.
Just hopefully people find that sound soothing. Because I found it grating and obnoxious.
It's my most hated sound.
Yeah. Sometimes I just like curl up in my bed and just shiver when I think about it.
You know what sound I hate? I hate graphite pencils on wood, right? Just like straight onto wood.
I'm going to draw on a wood panel next time.
No! I'll just be sitting here just cringing the whole time.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I didn't grab my... Oh, here it is. Needed eraser. Ah, good stuff. It's for charcoal, but, you know, sometimes...
They're my favourites, actually, recently. I've been quite new to them. Although I've discovered an issue. I don't know if I've just got a Duff needed eraser, but the thing is I never learnt to use them in school, so it's only something that I've sort of decided to buy myself. But it started melting. Is that normal?
It started what?
It started melting.
Melting?
Okay, I'm guessing
no,
it's not normal.
No, that's totally not normal. That's insane.
It's legit melting. Like I'll go to erase something, and then I'll take my hand away, and the eraser's blue. I have gloopy blue stuff on my hand just from using it.
That's wait, it's blue. That's also weird.
Is that weird as well?
Yeah, that's weird that it's blue.
It's like a bluey grey, like a steely colour.
Is that what happens when kneaded erasers go to the metric system? They turn blue and start melting. Oh, we're starting the brick jokes already.
Yeah, you guys think
you have it all solved, but with your measurements that makes perfect sense.
They do make perfect sense, although I can't say that. I can't do measurements. I don't know what's wrong with me. Like a yard, a meter, a centimeter, a kilometer. Like, none of it makes any sense to me.
Well, wait, that statement doesn't make sense to me. Like, well, you're not supposed to solve it yourself. Like, someone doesn't ask you, you know, hey, how large is that paper? And you don't just look at it and just go, I don't know how to relate numbers to the paper.
Shut up.
Measure a ruler.
No, I mean, like, I know roughly what 30 centimeters is. That's about a foot. Anything else, I can't guess it. I can't guess. Like, if someone says something's 50 yards away, I have no idea what that means.
Well, I think that happens with all measurements. It hits a certain point. It's like when someone tries to say, when they try to make a comparison of anything, you know, they're just like, oh, you know, I'm going to try to think of a comparison, and now I draw a complete...
And now your brain will shut down.
Well, you know, when people try to describe things by, like, you know, if you had a tower that was 1,000,000 feet high, that would be a stack of 800,000 cats, and you're like, I don't know what 800,000
why is it always
like.
animals?
I think we just want to picture a tower of cats. At least that's how I am.
We used to have like elephants or double-decker buses. That was always the thing that everything was compared to. Although you wouldn't have double-decker buses. That's not a thing, is it? In America.
Only if it's kind of like a little gimmicky tour thing.
We have them as legit going around London. That's actually a mode of transport.
I've just been informed that I should be following the YouTube chat, which is interesting, which means I need to turn the volume down on that so we don't go into spiral out of control again, into madness.
Yes, because I was on there before and we ended up dividing by 0.
Oh my god, it's so lively in there. This is amazing.
Is it? Hello, chat. Hello.
That's where all the action is. We're missing all the action.
We're missing everything and we're doing it. What's going on?
Oh. Wow, the YouTube chat looks like the jam.
Okay, YouTube chat. Apparently you guys are awesome. Let us know where you're from and what time it is at the moment. You can see, so I'm recording my entire screen, so we're going to have the time up here in the top right, and you guys can all watch as I slowly get insane as that number gets more ridiculous.
Oh my lord. I might have to, let's see here.
I love drawing hair. I think hair's my favorite thing to draw.
Hair's one of the few things that is absolutely, like, it takes forever, but it is really fun to draw.
Yeah, I feel like you can be really loose when drawing hair.
Mm-hmm. I wish I could pop the chat out into a separate window.
Can you not do that? I feel like
No.
that should be a thing that we should be able to do.
Yeah, totally. You know what? I think I might even pull up the chat on a separate computer so I can see it a little easier.
That's a good idea.
I want to see it easier, so if that way when people want to talk about the awesome glory of my shiny head, I won't miss a step.
Absolutely. Ooh, you've got notifications.
Oh, notifications blowing up. I'm so popular.
Everyone loves you. They're probably asking you why you aren't drawing right now.
No, they were just complimenting my bright shiny head.
Oh yeah. Okay. Had to be done.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I need to be drawing. You're going to be light years ahead of me.
That's just, even if you started, I would be anyway. I'm just that good.
Yeah, well, excuse me.
So, excuse me, princess.
Excuse me, princess.
You can, you know the manga for that? You can buy that literally everywhere here.
Really?
Yeah, every shop that I go into that's got any kind of manga section, it's got the manga for the ridiculous Zelda series.
Oh my god. I didn't really know about the whole excuse me, princess until I was watching the Angry Video Game Nerd review that whole thing.
Oh, I learned about it. I think I learned about it from JonTron.
JonTron. Oh, that sounds like something I should know about. Now everyone's gonna get mad at me for not knowing.
JonTron,
Oh
what?
no! Oh no! Everyone's gonna get so
What
mad.
are you doing? JonTron's really good. I think the thing, like, I really like YouTube. I've been a massive fan of just YouTubers in general, and just everyone from vloggers to artists to gamers, everything.
And commenters, especially the commenters.
Except for you, chat. We love you, chat. But I really like when a channel puts a lot of effort into their production, you know? When they really put in editing, and a lot of JonTron stuff on his channel, he puts a lot of that in. It's ridiculous and stupid and hilarious, but you can see the effort that goes in, which is nice.
Do you mean to tell me he doesn't start off all his videos with some terrifying infinite sound loop?
No, but he does have a budgie that has red glowing eyes and talks with a robot voice. So there is that.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm beating you. Have you started drawing yet?
Oh, like the wind.
I can't watch you. I can't watch your little stream because if I open it, it divides my screen by 0 and terrible things happen.
Well, it will do like the infinite thing. You're probably already finished with your drawing by now, I would imagine.
No, I'm just sketching at the moment. I'm
Tim Muffinator's mad at me, by the way. Sorry.
Who's mad at you?
Tim Muffinator for not knowing about JonTron.
Hello. That's someone from my stream.
I'm getting the guff, but it's probably well deserved.
You're getting told.
Oh.
Change this bit.
You know what? I'm gonna just draw my sorrows away. I'm I'm the loser here. Everyone's gonna make fun of me.
Oh no.
Does everyone feel sorry for me now?
Everyone does. It's okay.
Hey Reddit, listen. My brother doesn't have any arms or legs, and he has no vision, and he hasn't spoken to anyone in the world in 30 years.
What is
But
this?
he makes drawings, and he's convinced that they're not good. What do you guys think of the drawings?
Would you give me an upvote?
Every
Would you
time I
be
see
so
one of those
kind?
posts, I just want to just be like, so, how long did it take you to make these drawings? No, it's my brother. You don't understand.
I like.
Tell your brother he's a brave hero.
I like when someone posts up an image and it's just stunning, and they're like, "This is the first time I've ever held a pencil." I'm like, "No, shut up! It's not. What are you talking about?"
I just recently learned that art is a thing that you do on paper and stuff.
I never heard
do you
of
guys-
it until yesterday.
What do you guys think of my how you say drawing?
And then it's just like the Mona Lisa.
Yeah.
It's like,
Well,
no.
if it was Mona Lisa, I'd be like, hey, wait a minute. That's not your drawing, you liar.
Fan art.
I remember seeing 1,000 people take photos of that. Because that's what happens when you go to see the Mona Lisa. You don't actually see the Mona Lisa. You just see people taking pictures of it.
I've heard, yeah. One of my art teachers went there, and she said that she stood in front of the Mona Lisa and watched as just thousands of people stood there with iPhones and iPads holding them up in the air, and then she turned around, and apparently opposite it there is this just gorgeous painting that's also, I believe it's also a Da Vinci.
Yeah. Yeah, it's right outside the room and across the hall. I can't remember specifically which painting, but it's amazing, and nobody's looking at it. And it's one of those things where it's in a room where you can see it's surrounded by Renaissance art, and it's this painting that I remember thinking, because when I went there, I hadn't seen any of Da Vinci's stuff in person, and I remember thinking, like, whoa, what's that painting? And it was like, sure enough, Da Vinci. I was like, whoa, damn, he really does stand out. You know what I mean? Because you never see it all together in context.
Yeah.
And, yeah, no one's looking at it. And you can walk right around the corner, and there's, freaking Raft of the Medusa is just right there. Nobody's looking at it. It's one of the best paintings ever made.
It's really strange, isn't it? And it's just because, I guess, the Mona Lisa represents stuff to people that the others don't. For whatever reason. Oh, my screen just went all over the place. There we go. I was very lucky enough that in London they did an exhibition of Da Vinci's work. And it wasn't his big paintings or anything like that. It was his sketchbook, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
It was just loads of
dick drawings.
Sketches, yeah, and his
sketches of
the big ones, exactly.
Yeah.
So it's him figuring out how am I going to plot out each piece, and how he was drawing the different machinery and also horses and stuff like that. That was so amazing to see, because it didn't have the prestige or the expectation on it that the other works have, like the Mona Lisa. And you could still see so much intelligence in that artwork. You could just see his brain working. And I thought it's really nice when you can see how an artist thinks about making artwork. I think that's why people like artists on YouTube so much as well, because you get to see as someone figures it all out in front of you, which is quite nice.
It's pretty. I think it's something a lot of artists don't really share their process. People used to be more secretive about it too, because they had to protect kind of their studio from people poaching their ideas. But now you can find information anywhere. So anytime it's like there's an artist now that has this like there's really secretive. I don't want people to know my process. It's just kind of like, are you just trying to hide the fact that? I always figure they're either hiding the fact that that's the only thing that's redeeming about their art, or they're not making it themselves.
Yeah, like if someone comes up to me at a show, I had someone at my recent exhibition in London, not exhibition, like a Comic-Con, but a smaller one, and there was these guys standing at the table and they were looking at my artwork, and I've got very different styles across my table. So I've got the really detailed manga, but I've also got some stuff that's kind of like a tribute piece to Final Fantasy, because I just love the series so much. And it's, you know, the logos of Final Fantasy, it's that kind of style where you've got just clean and then a wash of color across it. And they were basically just saying that I'd stolen the artwork or something. They were saying that I was an art thief because it was so different. And I basically just walked over and explained exactly how I did it, because I haven't got anything to hide, so I might as well tell them this is all of the steps that it takes to make that exact piece of artwork.
And then they tried to steal your thunder, didn't they?
No, they just kind of wandered off.
Once you leave them with nothing else to say.
Exactly. They, like, those kinds of people, they either just wander off or they stay and kind of just pass it off as a joke and then like jokingly annoy you for a little bit, which is kind of a laugh, to be honest. I had one guy walk over and just skim read my manga, and then he went, "Well, I've read it now, so what's the point?" I was like, it was so mean.
and that's why was he now? Okay, I don't understand the mentality of why someone would do that in the first place. So it's like, was he just like trying to be? Is he just? Oh, he's just trying to just be a dick then.
Yeah, but I don't think it's actually serious. I think the art thief thing was, but that kind of thing, they're not actually serious about it. They're just they see someone who's got a friendly face and want to have a laugh with someone, and they reckon, like, we're Brits, we all banter and take the mick out of each other. That's what we do. So, yeah, it's fine.
Lord. So apparently my camera keeps auto-focusing, and I'm trying to get it to stop by taping a brush. That totally doesn't seem to work, to the surface. Yeah, see, it keeps going in and out. Hold on one second, I'm going to adjust some lighting in here.
Okay. I've got quite the fancy lighting setup here. I've got a daylight lamp sat next to me, so it looks like I'm not sat here at 2 AM. Oh. I can't even see what you're doing. I can't even sneak onto it to see what you're doing. All I can hear is just...
Oh, yeah, you can't.
Yeah,
it just keeps focusing from my hand to the paper, and this has happened before.
Oh, yeah.
I try to keep the lighting. It tends to especially happen when I'm first doing the pencil, because it has trouble focusing on the pencil.
Yeah, I find exactly the same thing, because it's too pale for it, really, isn't it?
Yeah, and so it gets washed out. Maybe if I have the light, like, no, it's still gonna. I think it's gonna do that through the pencil. I'm gonna have to really play around with that a lot more later. I've had trouble with that for a little while.
It's okay. People can cope.
Let me see here.
I have to cope chat for a little bit.
Well, you know, I want to. Maybe there's some settings. The problem is the Hangout settings are not as
yeah.
Words. No.
Comprehend.
That sounds like the word I need to do. That would help me think of the right word.
They're not. There's not really. I'm
right?
just messing with you. I'm throwing words at you.
Oh, you! How dare you?
I've shut your brain down now. You won't be able to cope.
I'm frickin' Porky Pigging it up right now. There are fewer functions in the Hangouts camera options than the normal ones. And if I pull up my thing to adjust my normal camera settings, it opens the other app and then crashes my Hangouts app. But the Hangouts does not have all of kind of the settings that the normal camera does.
Oh, okay.
So that's what's kind of a bummer.
Are actually a lot more limited than I expected.
Yeah, they really are.
Hopefully, hey YouTube, sort that out.
Yeah, fix it next time. People are gonna think they're going crazy. They're losing all their vision. Can you put something
on the piece of paper that it can focus to, maybe?
That's why I tried taping a brush to the top.
Oh yeah,
of it.
The brush, yeah.
But
because you're at an angle, aren't you?
Yeah.
It's fine. No one's noticed. It's fine. We'll pretend it never happened. I'm trying to get these eyelashes right. I find that I have eyelash days. One day and the eyelashes will look really good, and I'll do it another day and it's like, oh no, what have I done? What's chat doing?
They're just saying a whole bunch of really racist things.
Really?
Unbelievable.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay, I'm
it
disappointed.
they, you know, and all the conversations are ending in, you know, not the change I voted for, wake up, America, a lot of that. A lot of talk about the border, you know, it's really...
Oh, the border,
really
really?
Yeah, they're talking about the border and how it's just too easy and they're taking our jobs and everything. It's really falling apart in there.
Oh, dear.
Actually, they're giving me advice, and I'm going between multiple screens and doing a bad job following all the advice.
It's alright, it's our first stream, it's fine. We're allowed to mess up our first stream.
I'm gonna mess up so many times, it's gonna be awesome.
It's it's teething problems, it's fine. I've got my screen at a kind of funny angle. There we go, that's better. I've kind of exaggerated the hair a bit more, I think. It's just, I like the movement. I like the way it's flowing.
You get to set your own rules with the hair. You do whatever you like. Make it like the hair's underwater.
Someone did that the other day. Who was it? Art Broken who did that the other day?
Yeah, he which I want to get him on here too.
Yeah, definitely.
He made it so they're underwater because they had a cropped forehead. So
yeah. Yeah, I think that's
a very good solution. It went well with the watercolors.
What's your favorite medium to work in?
I really like working in oils, but I've been enjoying doing the pen and ink stuff for a while. I still got a ways to go. Yeah, I haven't really, you know, the way I would usually draw in pencil was pretty much like hatching, how you would hatch with pen and ink, so that's kind of how I figured out how to do it.
Yeah.
I just kind of I drew with pencil as much how you would with pen and ink anyways. I already know this eye's going to be a problem. That's going to be fun. And so I've been kind of sticking with that just because it's new, and I don't know. I'm trying to get better about, like, you know, if something's feeling good and it's inspiring, you want to just kind of roll with it for a while.
Yeah.
'Cause I used to always obligate myself towards oil paint because I actually do really enjoy it, but eventually I was like, no, I'll just draw how I want or when I feel like it, you know. And because I've been working at home a lot, and I have a studio in Oakland. That's our space, FM in Oakland. And so it's been weird to kind of like not go there because, you know, I'm paying for a studio and putting all that work in, but I've been just drawing at home lately. But I'm trying to just like remind myself like that's okay.
Yeah.
That I can do that.
Well, you need that in art. I think a lot of the time, no matter where you are in your career, there's always this kind of weird pressure with art. You always feel like you should be doing something that you're not. Mm-hmm. Do you find that?
Yeah, I mean, I'll feel that with digital sometimes for a handful of reasons. One, because it's just so useful, especially for finding just, you know, different types of just work. And I always get jealous for how well you can translate digital skills to just all sorts of kind of different fields and mediums. You know, and there's features about it that are just awesome. You know, being able to liquefy tools and morph images.
Oh yeah, that's
flip it in reverse real easy instead of walking across the room to the mirror then getting mad at the mirror, which is what I do.
Yeah, I think one of the best tools is actually the ability that you can just change stuff into like black and white and stuff like that, and see what it looks like, see what the values look like.
I didn't even think about that till you said it. Now I have another thing to be jealous about. I don't get to do that. Well, I mean, you know, I could if I wanted to like take a photo and then put it in Photoshop. I actually use Photoshop a lot. If I'm working from photos I will use Photoshop to sometimes just to like simplify the colors. That also helps because I'm red-green colorblind, so it will help sometimes to it gets weird. And sometimes I'll use Photoshop to help with that because it will help simplify the palette so I can see it a little easier.
Oh, I never even thought of that.
Yeah. I had a painting once. It was like of a dusty desert, and I thought I added this gray, but I didn't realize there was aqua in it, and people kept asking me like, "Oh, is that the bay?" I'm like, oh. There's so not supposed to be any water in there. Had to go in and like add all these brown washes. It ended up being, I mean, I liked how it looked anyways, but yeah, I totally had no idea. I do not like what I'm drawing right here.
So is there anything you have to do to make sure, like if you're working with colorblind, is there anything you have to do whilst you're working to make sure that you get what you think you're creating in your head?
I don't know. I don't really, I just try to like match as best. Because I used to think if the color matched, then I'm like, even if it seems wrong to me, then it must kind of be right because it's matching, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So it must, even if it seems weird to me, as long as it matches, it must be right. That's what I used to think.
Mm-hmm.
And then I realized that what's actually happening is it's not that I'm seeing the color wrong, but I could still match it. It's that you actually just can't quite see the color. It's like your brain won't decide what color it is. So if you look at kind of a neutral, like if I were to look at some neutrally browns, they will fluctuate between leaning towards green or red. And so if my head's kind of thinking green, it will start looking green. If it's thinking red, it will start kind of looking red. Do you know when you have two complementary colors right next to each other and then the line between them kind of vibrates?
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like think like that, where it's like it just kind of shifts and your eyes can't really decide which one it is.
That's really interesting.
Yeah, and it tends to only be when the colors are pretty subtle or muted or similar values. Like I don't like look at like a fresh cut lawn and like there's blood everywhere, you know.
Well, I've heard that the thing that your brain reads first is the values before color, regardless of your color vision. So that kind of makes sense that it would be the values being too similar would be the thing that kind of trips you up.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
That's when they start to get, like, you know, and the perfect example is the eye test at the doctor with the red and green line at the bottom. Like, yep, that's the one I'll fail, you know. My brother just recently found out he was red-green colorblind. Like, he didn't know.
What?
So
really?
Yeah, he didn't know. And then he was with his fiance, and they were looking at those, you know, little spot tests that will say, like, you know, if you're not colorblind, you'll see a 12. If you are colorblind, you'll see a finger flipping you off or whatever.
Yeah.
And, you know, he would see the finger flipping him off, and then he didn't realize that he wasn't, like, he just never really tested it, and so he didn't know that he actually was kind of red-green colorblind.
That's really interesting.
He's like, well, welcome to the club.
I had a eye test done when I was about 11 years old, something like that, and my optician told me that I had the best color vision she'd ever seen.
Well, excuse me.
And I was just like, what? And
what does that even mean? That's crazy.
Well, see, I was speaking to an optician the other day, because it was, you know, that dress stuff the other day, and I was trying to figure out why everyone was seeing a different color to me, and I was like, I can't understand this. And they said that it means that the cone receptors in my retina are really healthy. Basically, that's basically what it means. But I did. Have you ever done the Pantone test? I'd be interested in what you get.
Oh God, is that the one where it has like the scale from green to red? We had that in the artist lounge, and I was so embarrassed to say what my score was because everyone's like, I missed 4, I missed 3, I missed like 83% of it. Like I was so off on all of it. I was like, yeah, me too, guys. Woo! I've actually thought about the fact that like I could not teach color theory to people because it'd just be like, well, what you see here are a bunch of neutral colors that are all the same, and everyone would be like,
and everyone's like, no.
No, I was horrible at that test.
Oh dear.
Would you like totally had it like locked down?
I bossed it. I got a 3.
Oh, unbelievable.
So the better you are, the smaller the number. So I got a 3.
Oh, okay.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, mine was not good. I don't know what my number. I don't know what the scale is to 1 to fail, but mine was much higher up in the fail list.
Oh,
size
no.
of list.
Oh no! But I feel like it would be really interesting to harness that for art, because the fact that you can see things differently to other people, that's always been the thing that makes certain artists great, isn't it? The fact that no one else has the same view of the planet as you. So
Except it tends to be a measure of things you can see other people can't, not the less you can see. Other people.
True.
What makes him really special is he's not as good at this thing as everybody else who's normal.
I didn't mean it like that. But I feel like there could be a way of harnessing it. I don't know. It's intriguing.
Yeah. I guess. And it was funny, those people have told me, like, I mentioned it to someone, we were having, like, a studio walk, and they're like, you gotta, like, somehow, like, say that to people. Like, I'm gonna put, like, a sign in my studio that's like, the colorblind artist.
You should have a name tag. No, that's what your new,
like Thomas Kincaid, the painter of light. Mike Steffen, the painter of colorblindness. It's not even full colorblind, though. It's like a wussy colorblind. It'd be like what instead of having like your dramatic romanticized, like, you know, strung out on heroin story, it'd be like your strung out on smoking too much weed story. Like, nobody likes that story as much. That would be like my colorblind story.
Where did that even come from? Okay.
I don't know. That's right. Isn't that what, like, that's just a romanticized story, you know? That's the artist story. I don't know. I'm assuming that's what I'm gonna have to do at some point. I have to get strung out on heroin.
Okay.
And then everyone's just like, oh, what's happening to Mike? And then I have to, like, kind of have a comeback, right? And they'll be like, yeah, he's really pulling through, and then I have to fail again. Because that's how that story always ends.
And then it just ends with, don't be colorblind.
Don't be... It doesn't even have credits. It just says, don't be colorblind at the end.
Just sort it out. Sort your life out. Don't be colorblind.
Sort your life out. Sort your life out. Don't be colorblind. I want that to be the official ad campaign. It's a ribbon, and the ribbon's gray, and it just says "Sort your life out" on it.
I might make that as a poster for you.
Please do. That would be awesome. I want a shirt of that. Just the gray ribbon for colorblind awareness, and it just says "Sort your life out."
Wait, the ribbon for colorblindness is a gray ribbon.
Well, it is now. I don't know. Do they have ribbons for color? If they don't, that's what it should be. It should be a gray or neutrally brownish ribbon with the text that just says "Sort your life."
I feel like it should be a mixture of several colors. And if
or it should be the dot test, and colorblind people can't see it.
Exactly.
Yeah, and it says "Sort your life out." Oh God, I love that idea.
Do you ever find where you're working away and then all of a sudden you realize you've done something wrong?
That's pretty much how I feel when I'm constantly drawing.
I literally just realized the eyebrow was completely wrong.
But it's just like, well, you want to use your fancy pants morph tool and fix it. Jeez. Ooh.
I haven't got morph tool. I'm in Manga Studios. Sort it out.
Sort it out. What happens in Manga Studio when you make a mistake?
You rub it out.
Does it just say? It just says like, sorry, this is Japan, you know. Put the sword. Just put the sword in and pull up. You know, it's over.
Right. I've got a some software for transferring files into other types of files, and when it finishes, it says, okay, put the tequila down.
That's awesome. Speaking of drinking, here we go.
It begins.
You know what?
All right,
I should just have the whole bottle in here. That's the only way this is going to work. I'm going to go get my whole bottle of my $2.50 wine. I keep it fancy. I'll be right back.
Clearly. Hello, chat. Hi. We've been left alone. Now stuff gets crazy. I feel like I haven't got the hair quite right. Like, I know obviously it doesn't match up with the hair in the picture. I'm trying to exaggerate it and add in a bit of atmosphere, but I feel like I haven't quite captured what I want yet.
You can hear it on the microphone.
I can hear that.
Yeah, there we go.
I'm having a conversation with chat. What are you doing? I'm having a moment, and then you just walk in and look, and here it's like glug glug glug.
Hey, what's going on in here, guys?
Having a party, clearly.
Yeah, it's like you guys having a party. It's one of those intimate parties. Everyone's opening up, and I bust through the door with a lampshade on my head and no shirt. Hey, you guys!
Just holding like 3 bottles of wine, ready to go.
And my sorted out shirt.
Has chat got any questions for us yet?
Oh God, I should be better at looking at things. It's in Mike's video, Not the Joy of Painting. Yeah, that's the one where I tore up a drawing.
Oh yeah, that's a good video. I was showing that video around today. I was just like, oh, just check out this really cool video. Where a friend of mine does a really great drawing. And they're like, okay, and then they're like, what happened?
Oh God. You know what we should also do is make sure anybody has any questions or anything in the thread itself.
Yeah.
No, they're all good in there. All right. Nenki wishes that she had something with lower alcohol content than vodka. I think you should just pour yourself a nice glass of vodka.
I've got vodka. I could go and get that. I'm not going to go and get that. That's not happening. I've got... Right, have you ever heard of Fat Frog?
No, I don't know what No, what's Fat Frog?
Okay, so Fat Frog is WKD Blue, Smirnoff Ice, and Bacardi Breezer. And you combine it together, and it tastes like refreshers. It's so nice.
That sounds like the girliest drink that's ever happened in the world. Bacardi Ice.
Drink.
Oh my God. They still make Bacardi Ice?
Bacardi Ice. Bacardi Breezer. And then Smirnoff Ice.
And Smirnoff Ice, that's right. Wow. That drink sounds ridiculous.
What? It's because it's the only drink that I like learned to drink, and I thought this actually tastes nice because I didn't understand how people drank alcohol. It made no sense to me. And then someone made that drink.
The more alcohol you drink, the more sense it makes. Is the trick.
Yeah, I've heard. I have heard that.
It'd be like, whoa, tequila's gross, and then it turns into kind of like, okay, I can kind of see an interesting taste, and then it turns into tequila tastes like party, and then it turns into, I'm never drinking tequila again. But between the tastes like party, never drinking tequila again, you have to have the moment where you go over to your friends and you explain to them why you're so glad that they're your friends. That's how you know a friend's gonna puke, when they go, I'm so glad we're friends. You're like, okay, someone get a garbage.
Oh my God. See, for chat, they don't know. I've never been drunk, so these are stories that one day, I'll experience this.
Unbelievable. I mean, that should probably just, I don't know, is that a good thing? That's probably a good thing, right?
It's probably a good thing. It's not seen as a good thing.
You know what it is? It's a long-term good thing. It's a short-term, I don't know.
Short-term boredom.
Yeah, it depends. It depends. Does the person looking for party in their life, or are they like, you know what, this is something that I want to introduce?
Clearly, I'm just the most boring person.
Yeah, well, my good friend and roommate has never had a drink before, never touched a drug. I don't even think he's had coffee before.
Oh, I've never touched a drug. No.
Yeah, I've touched drugs.
Yeah.
But not nearly as much.
You've just touched them. You've just been in.
I just touched them.
Yeah, you kind of.
I just touched them, and then I put them in my mouth, and then just like it would. Then I just traveled the universe for a while.
Okay, you do the thing we did at the beginning of the stream. You divide by 0.
Yeah, I went there, man. I've been in that before. That shit was not fun.
Not fun?
Well, no, okay. It has been fun, and it also has been totally not fun.
Okay.
So I've had a little bit of both, but just a little. I haven't, I'm not that, I didn't spend a lot of time in that universe, but
okay.
It's been wonderful, and it's been absolutely horrific. So whatever, take what you can get.
Oh gosh. Okay. I think I'll stay on the not touching that then.
Hey, no, it's not like that for everybody.
No.
I had a friend who it was their first time taking mushrooms, and I was absolutely convinced. I'm like, I didn't want to say anything, but I'm like, this friend is gonna freak out. Like they're gonna have the worst time ever. And then they had like this amazing time. And I was like, oh, cool. And then when I do it, it's the worst time ever.
Oh no.
But whatever. You know, just different things for different people. You know.
Yeah.
Just find a nice subreddit, get in there, and just be like, hey, can someone just mail me drugs in the mail, please? And go ahead and just say that, and then say that on your phone a lot. And then you know, you guys have CCTV out there, so just like tape a note that says, "Give me drugs, please," and put your address on it, and just like tape it to the camera.
No, this is a thing that's not happening. What are you talking about? I'm covering my image in grayness. This is something I learned from Psychra's videos. I think it was Psychra who did it.
What's that?
When you're working digitally,
Mm-hmm.
you cover the whole thing, the whole image in one like mid-grey type tone, and then you can tell the layers above it that you only want to work on that area, so you never end up going outside of the lines and stuff like that. It's pretty cool.
Interesting. You guys with your layers and working, you gotta just dive in there. You should do all your digital painting in one layer.
No.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I do that sometimes when I'm kind of like practicing, when I want to work a little better, make my brain work a little better. Obviously, I do that when I'm working in real life, real pen and paper.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I like my layers. If you've got something that'll help, then use it. Like, why not?
Mm-hmm.
How are you doing? How are you doing on the drawing?
I just realized I think the eye's wrong. Yeah, it's off. Let me see if I can just morph it. It doesn't work. Oh shit, I just smeared a bunch of thumb sweat and graphite. Whoops.
You need to get one of these. By the way, this isn't a paid...
Your hand cover.
Yep, my smudge guard.
Smudge guard.
This isn't a paid promotion, chat. Don't freak out. Yeah, smudge guard.
Yeah, here it comes. Here comes the plug. Mikey, have you tried eating Burger King? I hear that helps with your drawing.
Squarespace. No.
Squarespace is a great way to help not smudge the paper.
Oh yeah, clearly. If it was made on Squarespace, it wouldn't have smudged. Absolutely. If it was using burrito theory, it wouldn't have smudged.
If it was used proper burrito theory, this would not have happened.
Yeah, so for chat, a smudge guard is basically something that covers your last two fingers, so your pinky finger and the one after that, your pinky and your ring. And then when you're drawing, it doesn't smudge the paper, so you can like lean on the paper and move, and it won't smudge it. And also, if you work digitally, it will stop you from catching on the Wacom tablet or whatever tablet you use. So yeah, it's very.
Well, it has a digital use too. I was kind of like curious when you said, and when you're working digitally, I was expecting you to say it won't do anything different, but it did not be. It was not that. There was a thing.
It's actually, I think it's actually marketed for tablets more than other stuff. Right, I'll tell you a story. I'll tell you a story about Wacom tablets and smudge guards. So I sell at London MCM every year. That's the big Comic-Con here. And they have a lot of dealer stalls there as well. And one of them's Wacom, so they sell all their tablets and stuff.
Yeah.
And I walked up to the stall, and they're just swamped with people. And I've got like a 15-minute lunch break, and then I've got to go back to drawing people. And I'm looking at the stall, and I'm like, I really want to know what one of the Cintiqs feel like. That's the ones with the screen.
Yeah.
And I'm watching the guys, and I realize there's no way I'm going to get tables, so I kind of just sneak up behind someone and like watch as they're drawing. And the guy behind the stall, he basically says, "Oh, it'll only be a few minutes or something, but there's none free at the moment." And then I like waved at him, and I had my smudge guard on. He cut me to the front of the line, brought out a brand new Cintiq for me, set it up, said it was his own Cintiq, and said you can try out this one. That's how well these are known in the digital world.
There's a lesson for you. You gotta wear one of those wherever you go.
Wherever you go.
Wherever you go. And when you go, when you go to buy a burrito and you're wearing that smudge guard, they're gonna know you're down with burrito theories,
Yep.
and they're gonna hook you up.
Straight
no
up
matter which
burrito
place you go
theory.
to.
But I was pretty amazed by that. But
I think Simon also, Power Simon, sounds like he's a big fan of the smudge guard on digital
Yeah?
as well. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really, really helpful. I've also, if for those of you who are using a smudge guard, I've also got a pool glove, so like pool type snooker, billiards, that kind of thing. They're basically supposed to protect your hand when you're using a cue. But what I use it for is because it only covers the front 3 fingers and it's made of exactly the same material as the smudge guard. When I'm working traditionally, it stops me from making fingerprints with my left hand whilst I'm drawing with my right. So that's so helpful because you have to, obviously you don't right now because you've got it on a block. But if you're working with where you're holding the piece of paper, you don't want to get little fingerprints. So if anyone's thinking of getting a smudge guard, I would recommend a pool glove as well.
I'm gonna wear golf gloves and a baseball mitt. I'm gonna wear a catcher's mitt in my right hand, so it's just gonna be like a big catcher's mitt, and then a golf glove in this hand.
I don't recommend that. You can do that if you wish. It's not on my recommendations.
Well, I do wish.
Yeah.
And
go ahead then.
I don't know how to pronounce the name, but I don't know if it's Munman. They informed in the subreddit thread that 1 hour, 2 glasses, and then that's when I noticed that when I was pouring the 3rd glass.
Oh, okay. Cool. So we're on to the 3rd glass now.
Yeah, but I don't want to get like too messed up because I still need to figure out how this magic pen works. Let's do that right now.
Oh, let's find out the magic pen.
You probably mash the tip, right? And then that makes like the ink go into it.
It looks like a chalk type pen, and you like smash it into the. Well, you don't
it's
smash
working.
it.
It's inking. Ink's happening. Yeah. See?
I'm gonna have to watch the VOD because I can't watch it.
Oh yeah, that's right. Well, you can see the ink starting to go into the pen. Jack Porter also confirms that a baseball mitt is in fact perfect for drawing. I knew it. I knew I was onto something. I knew I was onto something.
If you've got verification, you've got people backing you up, then I guess I have to accept that.
I know people are behind me. And welcome back, Te Muffinator.
Welcome back.
This thing's gonna be intense. I'm a little scared. This is straight up like I should be tagging stuff with this.
Really?
Yeah.
It's got
I don't remember. Look at that. Whoa! I don't even remember buying this. Well, no, I remember buying it, but I don't remember why I bought it.
That's literally every time I go to a craft or art store. I come home and I'm like, why did I buy all this stuff? And it's just because I was there and it seemed fun.
I mean, that is a sweet-ass line this thing can draw. Wow.
Wait, I want to see. I'm going to jump over.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's just huge. It's just a huge, beautiful...
Oh, my word.
Thick black line. Oh, yeah. This is awesome. Now I'm starting to get it. Now I'm starting to get why
you
guys
approve now.
Yeah.
That's looking really good. I can see your artwork now. That's really cool.
Gotta grab my brush pens. I try to give a hashtag to Pentel every time I use the brush pen and put it on Instagram because I have a fantasy that they'll just send me like a crate, just like one big pallet of brush pens.
I did that with Letraset. So at the shows I draw people live, and I'm just sorting out my screen. Share.
I jump into the pen early on this one. This is going to be intense. I'm going to fail. I usually would never jump to pen this fast, but we're kind of on that.
You can wing it.
I'm not going to spend. Normally, a drawing like this could take 7 to 8 hours, so I won't do that this time. I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
7 hours. No, it's okay. So I do the drawings live, and I use Letraset pens. That's basically what I use, and they're kind of like Copics, but they don't have the brush tips. They're a point tip and a chisel tip. And then one of the guys working there saw me drawing, and he comes over to the table and he's basically like, we want to work with you. So I ended up having a whole bunch of pens sent to me, and I did a whole bunch of tutorials for them. They actually ended up sponsoring my first book. They paid me for an advertisement in it, which was really cool. So they actually helped that happen. Yeah.
Nothing's better. Like, the thing that would be great when you get to actually advertise for a product that you support and like and use.
Yeah.
You know? It's like you don't
Definitely.
have to, it's not like really a conflict, because it's like, well, actually, I do support this thing because it's been really great, you know?
Yeah.
I think if I do enough hashtags at Pentel, they can eventually reach out to me and be like, Mike, so we're trying to maintain a particular quality of brand, and we really appreciate it if you stopped using our hashtag with your No. All I've gotten was an Instagram like, and I was like, I'll take that. That's good.
Yeah, I got
Anytime.
that from Stedler.
Yeah, feel free to send the palette of brush pens to me anytime you like.
I'm sure it's on its way.
Mm-hmm.
I guarantee it's currently on its way. Oh, wrong layer. There we go. Yeah. So, how are you watching chat? Oh, it's on the YouTube link, isn't it?
Yeah, there's a, I have to my right the YouTube chat kind of going invisible, and to my left the subreddit. What I actually don't have is a screen for any IRC, but usually anyone that'd be in the IRC would be well aware of the other things.
Yeah.
So, I'm not as worried about that one. Usually it's harder to, it's fewer people come across the IRC that would, you know.
Yeah, the IRC scares me.
What? Why?
Because I don't
worry that the hacker 4chan will find you on there?
Yeah, 4chan will find me, and then bad things will happen. Hacksaw, elite hacksaw. No, I don't know what I'm doing, because I tried to set one up, and I could say hi, but I didn't really... I don't know. I didn't
Sounds
really
like you were almost there.
I think, maybe. I don't know. I think I almost got there. But, I couldn't figure out if my account would stay on there or something. I don't know. I couldn't tell if I'd actually set it up properly. I'll have to give it another go.
You should. Oh, this is going to be so sloppy. This is going to be the worst drawing in American history.
No, that is not true. You know that is not true.
There's going to be just a page. Kids are going to study it in high school. They're going to have their advanced placement exams, and they're going to be like, name the worst drawing in American history. And then they'll have to write an essay about this drawing. It'll be like, by the third glass of wine, you could really see the line quality start
you can see it happening.
Oh my lord. It'll be alright. It won't be.
Yeah.
Whatever. That's alright. There was a good run. I had a run of drawings I was really happy with. So, it's time to have one that just will probably have an eye that doesn't look right, and I won't really pay attention to it until I put the drawing in a mirror and then realize that it's far too late to fix it. Because that's usually when I finally bring the thing over to the mirror. Why am I drawing with a brush pen like I'm shading with a pencil? That's stupid. Don't ever do that ever.
Noted.
Like, yeah, scribble with a brush pen. That's how they work. Unbelievable. All right, let's do this right. Wow, that's like a Charles Schultz later years line right there.
You having some issues?
I actually really kind of like how over the years, as his hand starts to waver, it kind of just made the comics that much more powerful.
I apologize. I don't know the person you're talking about, and I feel like...
Peanuts? Oh, God, come on, chat. Everyone start making fun of this.
Yeah, it's alright.
Charles Schultz, right? He's the only guy in his own museum.
Thing. And come on. You cannot know who JonTron is, but not knowing... Come on, Peanuts. Charlie Brown? Oh, God, yes, of course I know.
Yeah,
sorry, I'm rubbish with names. That's the thing.
Yeah, you best be knowing.
I know. Sort my life out.
Sort it out. Oh, Peanuts is an amazing comic.
It is. Definitely is. Although I didn't see enough of it to notice that kind of change. I didn't realize that there was such a change over time.
It's if you see the early his early work, all the lines it's just really smooth, and even the characters were younger, and all the lines are super smooth, and these eyes are so not right. Unbelievable. I can't even. I look at the monitor and I see how far off that eye is, and I'm just so bummed. That's a shame.
It's
Anyways, so this is what my art process is. Because I get mad at myself. That's all right. This is all part of the adventure. Older Peanuts. The line work is super smooth, and the characters are much younger. They look kind of like. I mean, they always look like kids, but they're definitely noticeably younger.
Okay.
And then as it went on with years, they look a little older, but his lines get all shaky. Like he's like it would go from being like a smooth, like I can draw a smooth line. Come on now. Just a really smooth line, but then you can start to see like his hand was really shaking as he got older.
Okay.
And, but it adds something to it because it's a.
Yeah.
I mean, ultimately, it's a really sad comic. It's very sad.
Really?
Oh yeah, like it didn't really occur to me until I always kind of underestimated it when I was younger. I just thought, oh, Peanuts, it's like a kid's comic or something. It's so not that. It's so not that. And as I was getting later into college and actually starting to kind of read more comic stuff, and then I got a book. It was of Peanut strips of and it was edited by Chris Ware and Chip Kidd, and they kind of presented it in a really bizarre way where it had this last page of the book, and it was just this a close-up of a single panel of Charlie Brown just like gripping his stomach hunched over with like just a look of anguish on his eyes, and it just said, I feel terrible, I hate myself. I'm just like, oh my god! But then it's like seeing that out of context with the rest of the comic made me just be like, holy shit, Charlie Brown is intense,
Yeah.
And I had no idea. Like,
yeah, I had no idea.
I always kind of knew it was there, but there is so much tragedy in that comic. It's pretty unreal. And then when I started reading it and kind of looking closer, I kind of started seeing how the subtleties of it. Well, much like anything, I should have paid more attention,
Well, see, I'm thinking that myself now, because I didn't read a lot of it, to be fair, but I never even realized that.
Oh, and a lot of it is just, when reading it, like, read the strip, and then just kind of take a second to read each panel individually, like it was its own panel, and then you can see where it goes. Apparently, Muffinator does not like peanuts, or it makes them really depressed. I'm not sure which one it is in the chat. And someone else would like to know if I'm going to rip the paper to shreds when I finish if the eye is slightly off. There's a very strong possibility that will happen.
It could happen. It's alright, we'll put it as a stream highlight.
Yeah, it happens, and it only, whenever I do that, it only hurts for a minute, but it's like, it's like it can be a good pain. It's like a bad pain, and then it can be good later, because I'll be able to sleep. I'll know that there's not a drawing tucked away somewhere in my bedroom with an eye that's not painted or not drawn properly. My head will just hit the pillow. We started this stream, and so I was just like, yeah, party and draw and have a drink or whatever, and then I get a text from my manager at my day job, and they're like, will you be able to meet the contractors at work tomorrow at 7 a.m.? It's like, whew!
I ain't doing anything at 7 a.m.
Anyone wants to go in tomorrow at 7 a.m. to meet the construction guys? No problem. If not, I might. It wouldn't be that hard for me. I'd really only have to get up about a half hour early and actually stay up.
That involves effort, though.
If I have to be at work at 7 a.m., that means I need to wake up at 4:45 in the morning.
That's when I'll be going to bed.
Yeah. So you need to wake me up.
No, because the time makes no sense.
No, it'll work. It'll be fine. Just be like, I'm going to sleep, and then I'll have my phone on, and then just message me, and then I'll get up and go to work.
No, because it'll be the wrong time zone. Because I'll be going to bed at 5-ish a.m., 5, 6, 7 a.m. or something like that.
That's right. They'd be way too late by then.
You'll just be like, oh, I'm just chilling. It's the evening. It's fine. Drinking more wine.
Oh God, I'll just stay up all night. I'll just go back to work and sleep there, in the clouds of drywall dust.
Oh, I'm not happy with a thing. Oh well. Have you ever found that you'll do a piece and you really like it, and then you have to send it off to a point where, like, it's now in a form where you can't get rid of it, and then you get annoyed, then you notice something. That's the
Wait, so
worst.
how do you mean?
So, for example, my manga,
Mm-hmm.
I can see mistakes in it that I couldn't see when I created it, because I started making it when I was 17, so there was a lot of stuff that I didn't understand about art, and the people who read it, they love it, and they tell me that they don't know what I'm talking about, but I can see it because I made it.
Oh yeah.
And it's like, there's 200 copies of that exist.
Mm-hmm.
I can't just go in and correct it.
No, it's wrong forever.
Exactly.
I'm gonna read it, and I'm gonna just try to find those things.
No, go away.
I really love it. Oh, hey, by the way, did you notice that on page 57 there was kind of this weird thing with the art going on? It'll drive you crazy. I lost my big super pen.
What? What? You just...
Oh no, here it is. I didn't lose it. I got it. Boom. Oh, this is wonderful. This is the best pen I've ever bought in my life. It's even called Hardcore.
Is
Is
it?
that a company? Yeah.
Please tell me that's the company.
Hardcore water-based pigment ink waterproof. Hardcorecolors.com. Yeah, this must be made just for writing on walls and subway stations.
That's pretty cool.
Oh yeah.
Wrong button.
It feels hardcore.
It looks hardcore. It looks insane. I've been working with my G pen recently. I am loving that.
Yeah, that's when did you get that?
I got that a couple weeks ago, but I didn't really have a chance to properly use it. But I posted in the Artisan subreddit and asked for advice on how to use it, and that advice helped so much, just in figuring out what I was doing with it. But yeah, I love it. I mean, the reason why I love it so much is just how smooth it is, and how you get a gradient of line that you can't really get with any other medium. Not that I've found. I mean, you can with a brush, but it's not as crisp, you know, for line art. Because I'm doing manga and comics and that kind of thing, you really need something really crisp, so I've been loving that.
That's awesome. I've never really used a dip pen before. That's kind of scary. It's really scary. I'm terrified.
You have to get one.
I have some pen nubs. Oh, look.
Pen nubs.
Look, see? Pen nubs. I don't even know where I got these.
Wait, I'm jumping back so I can see.
I don't remember ever buying these. I don't know where they came from, but they're in my life now.
You've got so many. What are you doing?
I don't know where they came from.
What do you mean you don't know where they came from? Did they come from the same place where you magically got that paper from?
What, this paper?
Yeah.
Oh, I remember buying this paper.
Oh, okay.
I got it because Artbroken was getting so stoked about the Arches block, and I'm sitting there at the art store with them, you know, and I'm just like, damn, he's like really into this paper, and I was like, I need to buy this paper, but I need to like wait. I need to wait a while because it's like his moment. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like you don't like propose at someone else's wedding, and that's how I was at the art store. I'm like, this is Artbroken's wedding right now. I need to wait until my proposal comes later, and so I waited. What the hell are these? Why is there little circular pieces of paper in there?
They might be testers, so that you can test how the different nibs work.
Why don't I just test on normal paper?
I don't know. Well, I'm not.
I can't test unless it's a circle. I only test on circles.
It's the only way to make it work. Have you got a holder for it? I'm holding mine.
You know, I do. I have no idea where it is. Hold on a second. Wait a minute.
This is the G pen, by the way, chat. So you can see it. There you go. Oh, it's very shiny.
I got more pens in here. No, I don't. Wait. If I have a holder, I have no idea where it is. I never. I think I tried using one of those pens once, like ages ago.
So did you not like it?
No, well, it wasn't. I didn't like it. I think I just didn't spend the time with it. You know, I honestly think it might have seriously been junior high when I tried it.
Oh, really?
And there's a lot of things in junior high that I thought were good that actually suck, or things that I thought suck that I didn't understand. You know?
Yeah.
You really shouldn't base any ideas of your life when you came to that decision in junior high.
Okay. So what age is junior high? Because I
Oh, okay. So junior high would be ages. For me, it was ages about 12.
Oh, okay.
12 through 14.
Yeah, no, I completely agree.
So in that age, it'd be when in that age, you're like, yes, let's. In my timeline, it's like, yes, let's go see Everclear perform at a media play. There's going to be like one person who will ever hear that understands what the hell I'm talking about,
what you just
and they're
said.
gonna laugh at how stupid that is.
Well, props to that one guy then, because I have no idea what you just said.
Yeah.
No, I was very serious, I think. That kind of age, I was very like, everything has to be done this way, and I have to go to art school, and I have to do this. And then I just grew up and realized, no, doesn't matter.
I'm not going to do any of those things.
Exactly. No, I'm not going to go to art school, and I am going to carry on and do it anyway, and do all right. Yeah.
Are you familiar with a comic called Bakuman? Bakuman?
I am familiar with said comic.
Nenki says that's probably made a ton of kids buy G pens. Did that make you buy a G pen?
That is exactly what made me buy a G pen.
Whoa, called it. Totally called.
Yeah, no, because I bought the first one of that series. I haven't read any further, so don't tell me any spoilers. But yeah, I bought the first one. I've actually got it behind me right here. And as soon as they started using the G pen, I just thought I have to know what that feels like. So I went out and bought it. Well, I ordered it online, and I ordered some Sumi manga ink. And then, if you haven't used it and you are a manga fan, I would highly recommend just trying it, because I can see why so much of manga has exactly the same look to it. Because there's only certain ways that you can move the pen and make it work, and it just, I mean, I drew some pictures of Sasuke from Naruto, and it just looked just like it did in the manga. And yeah, there's an element of being able to draw it anyway. A tool doesn't make a master, or the equivalent, but there is an element of, once you've got the correct tool, you've got the tool that the said master used originally, you can get pretty close. So I'm enjoying experimenting with that a lot, yeah. Trying to get these shadings right, but
Checking it. I think I actually have what would be considered a jubilee of microns. You know, the sad thing is what happens is some of like the microns, like they'll kind of fade, like as they start to run out, but it's just very subtle fading. So then I'll get a new one, but I won't throw out the old one. And I should really start separating the new ones from the old ones.
I can't do that. I have to throw them away.
I should throw them away, but I don't.
But it just makes life more difficult if you don't.
I have different color microns. When am I ever going to use a blue micron? That will never happen. That will never happen.
You never know. You just used like a ridiculous pen that you never, like, you didn't even remember buying.
You know what though? That's like hoarder brain. When I'm like, I might need all these empty plastic bags and dead cats. You know.
Well, I mean, you might. I mean, you never know. You never know when.
I already have a live cat. I don't have any dead cats. I should have a few dead ones.
Absolutely. I've got currently.
Oh my god.
A cat sleeping next to me.
Did our stream go down?
Did it go down?
I don't know. Hey, chat, can you guys still see us? Because I'm seeing an error, and I don't know if it's my browser or the stream.
It says it's still streaming. It says that I'm screen sharing at the moment.
Is yours? It looks like it still says it's live.
Mine says it's live.
I'm gonna refresh the page and see what that does here.
Chat, tell us if you can see us.
They might already be telling me, and I haven't refreshed the page to see. Let's see what happens. Oh no, it's fine. It's fine.
It's fine. Okay, cool.
Yeah, no, we're good. We're all good. Okay, cool. How many brush pens have you gone through, destroyed, wasted, broken, used, worn out?
Many.
I'm so new at the brush pens. This one's still my first one, and I'm on my third ink cartridge. And I have a backup one, and I haven't had to use it yet.
Okay.
So I've gone through 3 inks, and this is still the first pen. But, you know, the tip's still pretty good. It's still good. So I'm just kind of waiting for the tip to get nasty, and then I'll switch it up.
Yeah.
But I'm a fresh face in the brush peniverse.
What
So,
are you using? The Pentel? Did you say?
yeah, just the good
I
old
might have to get me
Pentel.
one of them if it's lasting that long. Because I used the Copics brush pens, the ones that come with the multi-liners. No, wait. Yeah, the ones that.
The one that it's the wedge on one side, the brush on the other.
No.
Oh.
It's
Okay.
it's like they do a separate series where you can get them. They're sort of like a series of essentially microns, and then there's like 2 brushes. One's a medium and one's a small, and they're rubbish. Like I use them so much.
They suck. Well,
Yeah.
here's because I had Prismacolor markers, and I like Prismacolor markers and Copic markers, and but the black is not rich at all.
Yeah,
It's
I completely
really
agree.
washed out. And
completely agree.
the Pentel brush pen was surprisingly good black. I mean, this is I thought it seemed cheap to me for a refillable pen to be like $6.
Mhm.
I mean, for how long I used it, that seems like a good deal to me.
Yeah, that seems fine to me.
It's been really good. The black's been good, and you know, because when I went into it, I had no idea what to expect. You know, when you're kind of going into a new area of art supplies,
Absolutely.
yeah, and you're almost expecting like, oh, here's a nice brush pen. How much does that cost? And they're like $13,000, and I'm like, whoa,
Maybe not. Yeah.
But it wasn't like that, you know, and it was cheap, and the black's really nice, and I gotta say, I'm pretty happy so far with my hardcore Raff Rider pen. I don't know what it would officially be called. It's alright. I see a little thing, but I could layer that in there. This is a good pen. But anyways, it's really a marker. But yeah, the Pentel's been good, and so when I go in with just ink and a brush and do a large ink wash, it's actually been relatively consistent. So it's been nice. I would recommend it. It's cheap
I'll
and
definitely get one of them then.
and they lasted a while. Lasted a while.
That's the correct word, I believe. Listidita. It's exactly.
I switch it up and use those microns in this drawing and add some random color. Oh, that sounds like a dare. That sounds brave. Maybe I will.
Do it.
Do you know who does a bunch of colorful line work? Oh wait, you know, I follow them on. You know, the funny thing is they do art all the time on Reddit, but I've gotten to like know their art more just on Instagram, and I think their Instagram name is different than their Reddit name.
Well, what's their Instagram
I
name?
think their Instagram was it? I don't want to start saying it wrong.
Oh, and get it wrong, yeah.
And get it wrong. So I'm gonna find them first because I think I know what the name is.
And then you can confirm.
Yeah, and I just want to make sure that it's right. But I have to scroll through a whole bunch of people. Oh God, I'm so unprepared.
I think I'm
Oh, I think this is them. I'm
thinking
pretty
this
sure
out
this
too
is.
much. I need more hard lines.
They are Lizio on Instagram.
Lizio.
LIZZYYO.
Okay.
And I know they have a different name already, Castron, and I'm so horrible at memorizing multiple names. I feel so bad. If anyone knows what Lizio's RGD name is, please
put it in
tell
the chat, yeah.
But they go bonkers with the color, and it looks awesome.
Nice. I love that kind of thing. I love artists that, because I'm fairly new to colour because I've always worked in black and white to do the comics.
Mm-hmm.
And so when I see artists who I think are so skilled with colour, it just amazes me. People like Destiny Blue, because her work really is the colour that makes you see it immediately, and also her value work as well. I love that.
Do you know who had good values? Princess Diana.
What does that even mean? What was that? What was that? What was that?
That's what happens when I finish my third glass of wine. Here we go.
Oh my god. All I can hear is maniacal laughing and a glugging of wine. I feel like this street is probably now some concern. You've turned into an evil mastermind. It was about art, now it's apparently about Princess Diana. Thank you. Thank you for that. I'm gonna put that in the tag.
Listen, I'm not gonna sit here and let you besmirch her name like this.
Excuse me.
Oh, thanks, Obama.
Did you see the thing on Reddit where he actually did that?
Yeah, that was one of the moments where it's like one of a Reddit shutdown moment, you know?
Yeah.
I love it's kind of like when Edward Snowden referenced the Ron Paul "It's happening" GIF.
Yeah.
Or GIF, whatever. And everyone's like, well, okay, we're done here.
Yeah, we're done.
Close up shop, we're done.
Yeah, I
Thanks.
think that's one of them you've won the internet moments.
Yeah. I don't know if it was his idea to say that or whatever, but it was the exact right thing to say. It was like back in the day when he was running for election and he did like the Jay-Z shoulder brush in one of his speeches.
Yeah.
And everyone went crazy and I was like, whoa, that was the best move ever. Unbelievable. Congratulations. I think that's when he originally won the election, is when he did that move. It was like, yeah, he wins. It's like, you know, Hillary can try to come back with a Beyonce move, but it won't happen. The eyes are too far apart in my drawing. The thing is, if you don't see the reference photo, you'd probably be like, something's off. Like, clearly this eye is too far this way. But it wouldn't be it wouldn't be as big of a deal if you don't see the reference. But if you see the reference photo, it's like, yeah, it's totally wrong.
Well, it's unfortunate that I've currently got the reference photo on stream.
So the
right now.
whole world can see how wrong.
Everyone can see it. Everyone knows.
Everyone knows. Everyone's watching. The world is watching. Because that was like when people like record like riot police like smash people around. The world is watching.
Oh yeah, yeah.
There was a band that played. Okay, so back in we have these art walks in Oakland, and
what is an art walk?
So an art walk is like when there's like a neighborhood with a lot of galleries, and they'll all have an opening on the same day.
Oh, we call them art trails. Okay.
Oh, that's kind of a cool name. We should totally use that out here. So the galleries have, they all are open at like in the evening, and people come out and drink wine and get hammered and have fun and whatever. And so in Oakland, there's the first Friday. It's the first Friday of the month is the event, and the galleries that are all a collective together. So, which I always distinguish that my day job is different than the gallery that I started with my friends in Oakland. Like FM in Oakland is our little space that is, oh, I love it there. And so that's referred to as the Oakland Art Murmur.
Okay.
OaklandArtMurmur.org. And that's the
plug.
That's the plug. And that's the group of galleries that, they'll organize events together and to be honest, that's kind of what I really like about the galleries in Oakland. Is that a lot of them, like, they're all like, because it can be such a cutthroat world, and then we're all kind of on the same team, because when you're in a city that's trying to build an art scene together, it's just everyone kind of joins forces, and it makes it so much more fun. First Friday is the art walk, and it used to be absolutely bonkers. It still gets pretty crowded if you go on like a summer art walk. It's pretty insane. Like, our warehouse space still gets shoulder to shoulder, like, just packed with people. But at one point, It got so insane that, like, people would never believe me when I told them, like, I'm like the Oakland Art Murmur. Especially like 2 years ago, I would tell people, and even in San Francisco, I'd be like, it is absolutely crazy. It's so crowded, and they wouldn't really think anything about it. But it would be the entire downtown and up several blocks past downtown. The street was closed, and it was packed with people. And at one point, they're estimating it was between 20 to 30,000 people out for this art walk in Oakland.
Really?
And
oh my god!
It was nuts. I remember I recorded a video just walking down the street, and every gallery is packed shoulder to shoulder. The streets are filled, and I'm walking down the street, and it's just everybody from like different parts of the city, different cultures, different everything. All these different bands, musicians,
That's so cool.
From crazy techno to folk to rap, all within 2 blocks of each other performing. And it was insane. And then as I'm walking and filming, there was like the Occupy movement was going on. So like Occupy Oakland and a bunch of like anarchists like came through the street, and it was just like I was like, oh my god, like this is really a moment out here,
Yeah.
But yeah, at one point this art walk in Oakland was seriously tens of thousands of people, and it went all the way downtown. And when it was first starting, no one was really behind the wheel. So now it is pretty officially starts shutting down at 9 or 10, but then no one stopped it, so it just go to like 2 or 3 in the morning. Like, it just kept going because there was no one there to tell it to stop. Yeah, it was absolutely nuts. And it was kind of terrifying because if you have a gallery, you're just kind of like, well, if you have a business and you're well past the official capacity of the business.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. It was a little scary because we would also have like local bands play and at our space just on the sidewalk, but then people would start crowding in the streets to watch. But what made it rough is the streets weren't closed, so like cars would still be like driving through when all these people are standing on the road. And
oh god.
It was pretty much it was lucky because it was really like an accident waiting to happen. Unfortunately, that was kind of got sorted out, but I don't even remember where I was starting with this, but it was absolutely insane. Why was I even talking about it?
I don't know, but it was cool.
Well, whatever. Oakland has a pretty amazing art scene, actually, and Oakland's is getting more attention now, especially with all the tech stuff moving in, but no one would ever believe it because they didn't really think Oakland had that kind of scene going on, and it was huge. And it still is really big. They actually found that per population density that Oakland had more artists than New York City.
Really?
Like per population obviously, but yeah.
I never would have thought that.
Yeah, a lot of people had no idea, but it was kind of the city you moved to because San Francisco was getting really expensive. And now I hear everyone's moving to, people that are Bay Area, people are moving to Vallejo. Vallejo being if you're a fan of E40 and hi-fi music. And you might know it out there, but hi-fi, you can kind of compare a lot of it to the grime scene in the UK.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if you're a big, a Dizzy Rascal fan. Is he technically grime? Dizzy Rascal?
Dizzy Rascal? I don't know.
I don't know. I have not
I don't know it enough.
I have not followed UK hip-hop closely enough in the past while. I really should, though.
Well, I haven't, and I live here, so...
Oh, you should. There was one guy I just actually saw a reference to recently. Whatever. Now I'm just thinking of Dizzy Rascal. Fix up, look sharp. That song and video is amazing, actually. I
what one's
love that song. Fix up, look sharp.
Oh, okay.
Dizzy Rascal. It's cool because it's a very, I think, was that considered big beat? Was that what that genre was called? But it's like a very kind of minimal video and song, and it's fucking awesome. And he got well known, I guess, because I think he did his first album when he was like 17 or something, and it was really good.
Really? That's cool.
Yeah. I know we probably have a lot of Dizzy Rascal fans here, especially in the chat.
No, Dizzy Rascal's cool. I like him. I haven't heard a lot of his stuff, but when I do hear him on TV and stuff, like he was on the Brits like a year ago or so, I think.
Yeah.
He's cool.
When I first heard him, I had that moment where I definitely could not tell if it's like the real thick accent, and I'm just, you know, having trouble understanding it, or am I, it was just like, whoa, this is, like, I have no idea what he's saying.
It's very London. It is very London, yeah. But definitely.
You guys got him and, yeah. Scroobius Pip. He's out there. He's awesome.
I don't know who that is.
Yeah. He seemed to be really tight with a lot of, tight. I like how I said close first, and then I switched
and then you switched it.
I'm so in my 30s. I'm hip too, right, guys? He's very cool, tight, fresh, hip, chill.
So rad.
Such a loser. Anyways, it's in a heartwarming way. More wine. So but a lot of like kind of the underground guys in the U.S. I know, like I think Sage Francis and all those guys out here. He seemed to kind of be, I don't know how, but seemed to be connected to that whole crew out here. So that's how I heard about him, because back in the mid 2000s, when a lot of really good underground hip hop was going on out here, and probably still is. I just fell out of the loop. I was following that, so that's how I kind of heard about some grime. That's how I even heard about Dizzy Rascal, grime, and all that in the UK.
Okay.
That was my introduction to it. Was through the underground MCs, who eventually started making more. Who kind of just started to become more just like indie music than hip hop, even, which was really sad.
Really.
I don't know. I thought it was a bummer. It kind of seemed like everyone wanted to start being rock stars instead of just awesome MCs, and kind of bummed me out. Their later albums just became more like indie rock and less hip hop, and I was like, what the hell's going on? And it really bummed me out.
I love anything with a guitar in it. That's my criteria for whether I like a song or not.
It has to have a guitar?
It has to have an electric guitar in it, and then I like it. Yeah.
Oh, an electric guitar, all right.
Yeah.
What kind of electric? Does it got to just be like some crazy sweet-ass acid rock? Yeah, right?
Acid rock. I'm not sure I know what that means.
Sorry,
I'm so not in with the lingo. Like, you sound a lot younger than me right now.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, obviously acid rock goes way back, but I don't know if you're. You know, the funny thing is I don't know what a newer example would be. Like, I have a friend who recommends a lot of stuff to me, and you know, bands like Hawkwind is awesome, because I told him I liked a band called Dead Meadow that back in the day that was pretty awesome acid rock, and like just psychedelic kind of like freak.
Oh, right, okay.
Hunters had a cool EP. This one friend who actually kind of always shows me, I kind of go to for really cool music out here. He recommended this band recently called Viet Cong, and I never heard of them. And I guess they're playing out here. They're playing out here possibly. I think it might even be tomorrow. And I just listened to that recently. That was pretty awesome. You should listen to Viet Cong. You might like them.
Viet Cong. Is that like a Kong from Star Trek, or?
No, like Viet Cong, like Vietnam.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not sure where the name of the band, how that originates from that, but yeah, I was listening to it while on a bike, and it worked.
Jamming on the bike.
Jamming on the bike.
That should be a song.
One of my proudest Oakland moments ever is I'm on my bike and I'm in an intersection riding home from my studio, and this dude pulls up, and I don't know what song he was playing, but it was just it was the funkiest jam. It was so good. I don't know what it was, but it was so good. And I'm sitting there, and then I realize I'm kind of just doing like the head bob foot tap at the stoplight, and then I just kind of like look over, and he was driving what in Oakland is referred to as a scraper. So it's a scraper would be it's kind of hard to describe with a bike, but with a car it would be like almost like a family kind of sedan with huge rims. So the idea being that like you got kind of the thug rims, but you're doing it on like a car that your parents would have driven when you grew up, you know. And you can eventually it'd be nicer cars, but anyways, he's driving a scraper and he's just blasting this jam, and I just look over, and he just had the biggest grin on his face when he noticed that I was like so into it, and then I was so bummed because then the light turned green and he pulled away before I could like ask what it was, but it was so funky and good. Oh, I'll never know. I'll never know. Too brief of a moment to Shazam it.
No. Oh God, does anyone use Shazam anymore? Is that still a thing?
So. I don't know. I think Shazam went the way of well, I don't know, whatever people don't use
MySpace. It went the way of MySpace.
I thought LinkedIn fell off the planet, and then apparently
everyone's into LinkedIn right now.
Everyone's into LinkedIn. Remember when it was the thing that used to spam your email box?
Yeah.
And you get angry, and you'd be like, "My friend didn't send me this. Fuck you, LinkedIn."
Exactly. No one. Yeah.
And now your friends do use LinkedIn.
And everybody's on it, yeah.
They're like, I got a job that pays $900 million an hour because of LinkedIn. And I'm like, shit, I should upgrade my resume. Update, Jesus.
Oh,
come on! Says L Muffin 479. And Jack Porter is totally right. It's all about face melting licks. If you have recommendations for face melting licks, I want them. Anything that's like you want to just like squirm around on the floor with headphones on, please tell me what it is. Taylor's just blank space. I'm pretty sure it wasn't a swizzle track, but I appreciate it. Maybe it was a swizzle track. Maybe it was. I don't know. I shouldn't judge.
There's a group that I really like called Arcane Roots. I saw them in London at like a little underground place. And they're basically like rock, I guess. I don't know what the exact terms are. I'm rubbish with music, but they're just so good. Like you turn it up full blast. It's not face mounted licks, but it has little moments of it. It gives you like enough. Yeah. You're just like, yes, I want more of that. But you just turn it up full volume and just jam. It's amazing. I saw them live and they were just the most mental people. One of them climbed up the rafters we were like underneath like a bar in like a little underground extra bar, and
nice.
It was pillars held up the room, like they held up the ceiling, and they were like climbing up the pillars, dancing all over the place, like stroking people's faces. Like one of the singers walked over and like stroked my face. I was like, what just happened?
Stroking your face? He's probably rolling. He was rolling on Molly, just getting into it.
It was like that kind of thing, but it was absolutely a blast. It was insane. But,
that's awesome.
Yeah, they're good. Arcane Roots, definitely recommend them.
Oh my lord.
I need to sort out what's happening with my picture.
I know, I'm kind of in this weird thing where I feel like I'm making this girl, I'm just kind of turning her into a dude. I just feel like I'm turning her into a man somehow.
Is it that there's not enough curves? I find that if I haven't put enough curves in, I end up messing it up, you know?
I think so much of it is that eye. I really do. I think so much of it is stage left, her right eye being wrong, and that's why it's looking weird.
Mm-hmm.
I should have taken more time laying it out with the pencil, but I wanted to kind of speed things along to get to the ink portion of the drawing.
Yeah.
Because I knew I could spend 4 hours getting all the pencil work lined up, and that would just be just a fail fest. So I wanted to at least try to be able to play around a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, that's what Ready Gets Drawn is, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's fun. It's like being able to relax and do what you feel like doing and not having to worry about it being absolutely perfect.
Yeah.
That's what I like about it.
I don't know how you relax if it's not a perfect drawing.
Wow.
I gotta go hit up the punching bag. Jack Porter is also a huge fan of Arcane Roots.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
What's in it? Oh, I know that person.
And Nanki recommends Dollbox and Sonata Arctica. Arctica. Too much wine. Just enough wine.
Arctica. Okay.
I cannot wait to wake up at 4:45 in the morning like this.
No.
And go to a warehouse filled of drywall dust.
But haven't they asked you if you want to do it, so can't you just say no?
Yeah, but the part of me is like also, kind of thinking if I do it, then I can. No, I wouldn't leave work an hour early. But it's morning hours move so fast. It's a really easy way to get overtime. Because everyone thinks if you want to get a little bit of overtime, you stay late. But those are the slow hours. But if you get to work early, man, the hours up till like 11 a.m. just fly right by. So, I don't know. I don't really care that much. I'm usually up around that time.
But you're a morning person anyway, aren't you?
I guess I am. I wasn't always. I used to just stay up until sunrise and then sleep till 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
That's me. That's absolutely me.
That was my schedule back in the day, and I was down with that. And then I just kind of switched to morning person eventually. I kind of miss it sometimes, though. Like, my routine used to be that when I lived in Utah, me and my friend we'd go to the coffee shop that we kind of knew the people working there, knew a lot of people, and we would just drink coffee till 1 a.m. when they closed, and then we'd go drive around the desert until 5 or 6 a.m., and then we'd go back there, and our other friend would be opening, and then we would go hang out with him and then talk about our adventures. So I would just stay out all night. And now, yeah, and he still goes out and takes a bunch of awesome photos of the desert, by the way. His Instagram is Great Basin, and he takes awesome photos of Utah in that desert. Yeah, he's my homie Justin, and yeah, his photos are awesome. But that's what we used to do.
It's so crazy to me that you can say that you just go to the desert. That's so weird, because here everywhere is either like buildings or fields and trees. That's it. That's the UK. Or I mean, if you go up north, there's mountains, but that's most of the UK.
I was so jealous when I was out there, because I've only been to Europe once, and I was in my Europe trip was like 2.5 weeks. It was like a whirlwind of a few places. And I remember taking the channel from Paris to London, and I was so jealous. I was like, oh my god, like you can just take a train this fast to another country. I was so, like, it was a weird moment. Like, I was blown away, and then it was almost like unbelievably sad. Like, I was just like, that is so cool. Yeah. Like, I got nothing like that where I'm from, because I'm used to, like, when I grew up in Utah, the nearest city, because this was in Salt Lake, so it's not even like desert, but it was like, Salt Lake City, and the nearest major city is Las Vegas, and that's almost 400 miles away. Yeah, almost 400 miles. The next nearest city is Reno, which is 550 miles away, and then the next one after that's Denver, Colorado. So it's like you're just this island in the desert. And it was funny because when I lived out there, all I was thinking was, I cannot wait to get the hell out of this place, And then I left, and then all I do now, I was painting for years, just painting the landscape, because everyone said you're going to miss the landscape when you leave, and I never believed anyone. And then once I left, I was like, oh my god, that's the most amazing landscape ever. How did I didn't know,
Yeah.
But I'm glad I had that time with my friend, and we went around, we just drive around all night, just like, at night we drive around, just cruise around, because it's just really surreal, because you'll be on a highway, you'll see like kind of a line of cars just going into the blackness, and then a little pool of lights like 30 miles away, and you're just kind of just cruising out into outer space, and no, we were not high when I said outer space, but we would just be smoking cigarettes and driving and just listening to music, and then.
Well, you guys have roads that like go on into infinity, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, I could just share some photos at some point, but yeah, like those roads you see on like the covers of like of like like a prog rock out, not like prog rock, it'd be like outer space,
Nirvana,
whatever.
something like that.
But the roads you see where it's just the road that goes literally just until it just you can't see it anymore, and it's just in a big basin. And
Yeah.
the distance. Yeah, those were the roads. Like those photos are. There's a good chance those photos are of Nevada and Utah, like the roads we're driving on.
Yeah, I went to Missouri on one of my visits to America, and that was one of the things that blew my mind. One, how wide the roads are. The roads are enormous. Like
You should see the ones in Salt Lake. They actually designed the roads so you could turn a wagon train around in them. So the roads are
what?
huge. They're huge. It's ridiculous.
Heard that apparently the roads are designed that they're designed to have to compensate for the curvature of the world because they're so long. That blows my mind.
I don't know about that fact. That's nuts. I don't know. Maybe.
I heard that from QI, so it must be true.
And since yeah, I'll believe it. That's a smart show. That's a smart people show.
I love QI. QI is amazing.
That's the show where I'll see clips and things from, and I have no idea what that show is or how it works. But every time I see a clip, I'm like, I really should watch this show and see what the hell this is about, and I still haven't gotten around to it.
It's really good. It's a good laugh as well. And it's got Stephen Fry on it, which means it's automatically awesome.
Yeah, he seems like a pretty good fella.
He's like a British treasure. We adore him over here.
I'm trying to think what would be the equivalent of the American treasure, but I just don't know. Try Texas. Yeah, that's true. Muffinator's right. Texas, that is some big open country right there. I gotta get my ass out to Texas. I want to do like a Southwest kind of tour, get a bunch of photos, do landscapes of them. And now El Muffin's claiming that Washington has them all beat because Nanki was talking about California's diverse range of climate regions. California is diverse.
Come to the UK, right? If you want to know what diverse climate is, come to the UK.
What do you mean, foggy and gray?
Not well. To be fair, that is 90%. But the 1% where the weather changes, it'll be snowing in the morning, it'll be blazing sunshine by the afternoon, then it's pouring rain, then it's everything. We'll have like triple rainbows on a day. Like it's everything you can think of all in one day.
Hey, add snow to that and you have Salt Lake.
That's hilarious.
No, I loved London. London was awesome. The National Gallery?
Mm-hmm.
Holy shit, that place is amazing. That's where I didn't know how much I liked Hans Holbein the Younger until I saw his painting there. Then I was just like, oh my god, this is the best painting ever. You guys have all the awesome Rubens paintings. Oh, I have a Rosetta Stone story.
Yeah.
So I go to, what was it, the British Museum? That has the Rosetta Stone. So I go there, and there's a Rosetta Stone, right? And everyone's crowded around it to look at it. And I think I'm such a genius. I'm like, what? Everyone's at the front. All right, I'll go look at the back, idiots. I walk around the back, and then I'm like, oh yeah, all the writing's on the front. And I had to do that thing where like I pretended like I knew what I was doing.
Oh yeah.
Like, oh no, I'm just looking at the rock. Like, what kind of rock is this? You know. I felt so stupid, but fortunately it was all tourists, so they didn't know how much of an idiot I was.
No one cares.
No one cares, but I cared enough to know that it was a really funny mistake to make, and that I most certainly was not the first person to make that mistake.
Yeah, obviously.
If you were like the security guard, you probably have, every day there's probably a handful of people that like get a smug look on their face.
They're
and
like,
walk
oh, I
around
know how to do this.
Yeah, and then they play it off cool, like, no big deal, no big deal. No, I know what I'm doing. No, I wanted to look at the back of the rock.
I totally just wanted to stare at nothing. That's exactly what I wanted.
I'm into geology. I could not wait to see the back of the rock, not being messed up by all this stupid writing.
Geology's fun. There's something you won't hear all the time. Geology is fun because I used to, as a kid, I used to go to beaches in the UK where we get ammonite fossils show up on the beaches. So you're not allowed to dig. That's one of the rules. You aren't allowed to dig. You can only get what's been washed up by the sea or eroded off of the cliffs. but you can just go around, and as a kid, discovering real fossils, that is like the most amazing thing. And then you can take them home. Like, I'm actually sat next to some of the ones that we found, and it's just ridiculous.
That would be a lot of fun. I didn't really know, like, which was odd for how much kind of landscape stuff I was researching, but I didn't realize how kind of fascinating to be. I was reading like some John McPhee stuff because he wrote a lot about the Great Basin and kind of the landscape it grew up in, and particularly a lot about Nevada. And it was amazing because he'd be following around. I'm pretty sure it was John McPhee. Crap, I hope I'm not wrong. But he'd be following around a friend that was going out in. I guess it's a big deal when they're building a highway, because Nevada was the silver state, so there's a bunch of silver in the in the mountains. And back in the day, they would mine the silver, and at a certain point, they didn't have the technology to continue mining. Like, it wouldn't be financially worth it for the silver they would get. Right. But as time went on, now it would be. They have the technology to use their resources to make it worth it to mine it. Exactly. I guess that efficiency involves just putting a bunch of acid into the land or whatever. But it is more efficient, and they can get that silver. So then a bunch of geologists would go out now to find old abandoned mines where they knew it could be profitable again. Mm-hmm. And so he was in the book. He's just like following around his friend who would go out and discover these mines, and then know that you could either, I don't know how it would work with land, if you're selling the rights to the land, or you would pass that information along for a price to certain people. But then there was the other thing I thought was really interesting is when they're when they're making a highway and you get to a ridge, they would dynamite the ridge and then just carve it out of the side of a mountain and then build the road. And every time they would construction workers would do that, a bunch of kind of geologists and scientists would get out there, because that they couldn't dig that on their own, and now they have a big cut into a mountain that they can start finding minerals and different kind of precious stones they wouldn't have been able to find otherwise. So so now every time it's like you drive on a highway and you see like the highway cut inside of the mountain, like you look to the side, because it's like that there's a bunch of people super stoked over the idea that now they can get access to all these like really valuable stones that they didn't have access to before.
That's really cool.
Yeah, I had no idea.
It's really cool. Do you want to see fossils? Let me see. Stop sharing, and then jump up here. Hey.
Plate tectonics. El Muffin is right. In the Great Basin, it's kind of amazing, because I remember reading about how the mountain ranges in the Great Basin were formed by the plates separating, and then kind of it's almost the mountains being like huge boulders, and they would roll over on their sides. And I never really understood what that was like, and then I remember flying over it and looking, and you can really, it's amazing when you're in a plane and you can really see how, like the land, you can see how the land's structured. It's like, oh, that's just a big crack in the earth, and then all these mountains are just the earth smashing into itself, or these boulders rolling on their sides. I have a lot of photos of them. I should really post more of the photos where you can see, like, lots of Utah used to be completely underwater in a huge lake. Yeah, like it was just this massive lake, and you can see the water lines in the mountain over all the years, and it's all dry desert now. It's fucking awesome.
That's insane.
Yeah.
Wait, but so there would have been like a massive patch of America that was underwater then?
Yeah, well, because the idea of the Great Basin, which is like stretches from California, Nevada, probably some of Colorado, Idaho, New Mexico. Being a basin, what that means is all the water in those areas does not drain to the ocean.
Right.
So it's all contained, and it's so some point, it was all it was it used to be, I think it was Utah Lake is what it was called, and it was an ancient lake, and so most of that state was completely underwater.
Huh, that's insane.
What was it called? No, it was called Bonneville? Lake Bonneville? I have to look it up.
I've heard of that. That's a thing. I've heard of that.
Because, well, yeah, there's the Bonneville Salt Flats, and that's where every car commercial, when there's a car on a salt flat driving 200 miles an hour, that was the Salt Flats. And then me and my friends used to drive to that. Yeah, if you look up Lake Bonneville, you'll see that most of Utah used to be pretty much underwater. Not most, that's not fair. It looks more like a 40%. 40% is pretty good. But it used to be underwater.
It's insane to think about things like that, right?
Yeah, it's really it's crazy because it's just like your brain can't really comprehend the scale.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, you know what? This is making me want to do like world building and just design a new series and just be like, this is what it was like 5 billion years ago, and this is what it has evolved into. I love that kind of stuff.
We were losing Grumpy Corgi in our music talk, but that's okay because we moved on to geology.
Oh yeah,
and ancient lakes. That was 20 minutes ago. I just saw that now. I love every time I see Grumpy Corgi's name pop up. I mean, I'm obviously excited for art and whatnot, but also my brain immediately pictures a corgi being grumpy, and I get instantly happy. I have to. It shouldn't even be own. A corgi needs to be a member of my family at some point,
So is a corgi is your favorite animal? No, not favorite animal, but favorite dog.
No, you know what? It might be my favorite animal.
Really?
It might be my favorite animal. It'd be like corgi, and then if they had, I don't know if there was like a.
Oh, you're thinking now. I'm worried.
I have to think, like what if there was some kind of weird, adorable otter that was also like part husky or something?
Corgi. Oh my god! Imagine an otter with corgi ears. That's my favorite thing.
Oh my god, that would be so adorable. Corgis are hilarious because they are happy all the time. All the time.
What? Corgis are ours.
Yeah, corgis.
Corgis.
Otters are too busy just like holding hands and floating around and being adorable.
I showed my mum that the other day. She like squeed. She was like, "Oh my god, it's so cute."
There was I was rewatching the American Office. I fucking love the BBC Office. That show was amazing, and I like the American Office a lot too. And I know you're not supposed to compare them because they're different. Blah blah blah.
Yeah.
But I was watching the American one, and it was that scene where Michael Scott, the boss, was jealous because everyone was watching a video of the 2 baby otters from the zoo instead of the video of him, and trying to talk about it, but the otters are on his screen, and he just gets so distracted by the video. And I just love the video part. He's like they can't even stand up. They just keep oh there he goes, and he just gets this smile on his face. Perfect. Oh god, now I'm thinking about otters. Now I kind of want to look up otters. Why are we even drawing humans?
I know, that's what I was just thinking. I was just thinking we should start drawing otters.
Otters and corgi. We should be drawing otters with corgi ears. This is ridiculous.
We should be.
I have a kind of an ongoing thing with a group of friends that we are going to start a corgi farm, and the farm is going to harvest internet videos, and that's how we'll make a living.
Harvest internet videos. Okay, so how do you do that? What do you do to make that a thing?
How do you not do it? You just have cameras. They're corgis. Like, they just record them.
Oh, right.
Everything will take care of itself.
UK.
What? You have a corgi farm?
It's not corgis, though. It's like owls and shit.
Owls are pretty cute.
The owls are cute, but it's usually
I have a little
not
thing
owls
about
doing
owls
cute
with
things.
art. That's a long story, but owls not in art. I'm down.
So we have a thing here. It's called Spring Watch, or it changes every time there's a different season. So there's Spring Watch and Autumn Watch, I believe, but there isn't like a Winter and Summer Watch. Mm-hmm. And it's basically a BBC show where they just they go on a farm and then they watch animals for like the whole of spring or the whole of autumn, and you tune in, and it's like Big Brother but animals, and they leave up. They put in little live streaming cameras in like bird boxes and all these places where there's confirmed animals in this like animal sanctuary, and it's all real wildlife. Like, it's not like a zoo or something. So it's supposed to be like, oh, you don't know what's gonna happen. Like, they could die at any episode.
Oh my god!
Yeah,
I don't want them to die.
There was one episode where I think it was a buzzard. There was 2 buzzard chicks in a buzzard nest.
Oh, I don't like where this is going at all.
They had footage of one of the buzzards eating the other buzzard.
Why are you laughing? That's horrible.
No, but they do have a really funny one, actually. They had...
oh, if it's as funny as the buzzards, I can't wait to hear
No,
it.
this is legit funny. So they had a camera set up for, like, overnight stuff, just general overnight stuff. And they filmed this this badger just throwing shit on the floor. Just, like, walking around, like, throwing stuff over, messing with the camera. And they were like, there you go, there's the British wildlife. So apparently that's what us Brits do. We sit there and we watch Big Brother for animals.
Oh, that's a really good idea. See, out here we had our Shiba Inu cam that was based in San Francisco. That was really popular with people for a while.
God, Shiba Inu cam. I'm sorry.
Shiba Inu puppies, it was adorable because they would like try to stand up and then it would trip over another puppy. It's like it doesn't get cuter than a puppy falling over another puppy.
Oh.
And then there was another thing that had a corgi cam, which was pretty cute because they're corgis. But it was a little weird because I remember at one point there was like the mom corgi and then like a little baby corgi like took a crap and then the mom corgi's like, I'll just eat that, and then it ate the crap and it's like, oh, that's gross. I love you corgis, but I don't need to watch the dogs eat each other's poo, but that's what dogs do. But yeah.
What
but at least they didn't eat each other like the buzzard cam in the UK. Jesus Christ.
Oh yeah, we watch buzzards eat each other. That's what we do.
Man, you guys are intense out there.
We are. Well, they've got to find a way to get views because no one watches it otherwise.
That grey weather's getting to you guys.
It is. We just look out at the sky and we just see grey every single day, and then we go actually insane.
And you're just like, wow, it's just all death out there. Just buzzards flying around. You know what? The buzzards probably eat each other.
And then we have footage of it.
And then you get the footage. You get the sick nar footy of buzzards eating each other.
Absolutely, because why spend your time doing anything else, really?
Well, you know what the difference is like when you watch the American Office and the British Office, and those are very different shows.
Yeah.
Because I bet you, because I went from the British one to the American one, so like, oh, whatever, But I can imagine the people that watch the American one would be like, let's see the British one it's based on, and they go through that series and they're like, this is the saddest thing that's ever happened to me in my life.
I've only seen little bits of it because I can't cope with it.
Oh man, I love it though. It's just I'll just get this fascination with like if a show that's like or a movie that's so. But like a genuine depressing, not like kind of like a Lars von Trier, like they're fucking with you depressing, but like a very realistic depressing. Like it'll almost start to get funny to me. Like, oh my god, like that thing where I'm laughing about how are they gonna find an audience for this? This is hilarious,
I think that's why the buzzards did well.
Probably.
I think that's the mentality of the buzzards as well. Buzzards, The Office.
Oh my lord.
No,
are you working on the same? I haven't even looked at the computer for a while. Are you still working on the same thing?
I am. I'm kind of just playing around with it, to be honest. I think I'm starting to get to where I want to get to, but I had a bit where I got stuck because I was doing the shadows and I just couldn't find the palette that I wanted. I should have put a palette up in the top right. I should have put all the little splodges over. That's what I normally do. I don't know why I didn't do that this time, but whatever. I've kind of muddled my way into it, but we're getting there. How are you doing?
I mean, the eye's wrong forever, but I don't think I hate it that much, so I'll just keep moving forward.
Just give her an eye patch. It's fine.
Yeah, no one will know. No one will know.
No one will know.
I'll make it political. I'll put a big black line across the eyes, and they'll just say clever political statement that I'm a little too drunk to think of right now. Whatever that would be.
Think of anything that would be even relevant.
Oh my lord. I have to shade extra now because I put too much shading on the just the bridge of the nose. Anyways, the top of the nose, and it's starting to look like a unibrow. So now I have to even that out
no.
by shading the rest of the head more. Because I could try to just pull out like some paint or some gesso or something and soften it up, but I know that that white is not going to match the white of this paper. And really, there's this one line. It's just one hatching line that ended up being too dark. And I'm so mad at that line right now for not cooperating. Oh well. That's all right. This drawing, it's kind of fun. It's gonna be okay. I don't know what's gonna. I'll finish it. Whatever. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. I'm happy. Actually, I'm all right with this drawing. Given that I've spent about half the time on it I normally would on a drawing in this medium, it's going pretty well.
Sorry, I've had to mute myself because the cat has decided that this is the optimum time to make the most amount.
Did the cat show up?
The cat is walking around making optimum noise.
All right, I'm gonna try to guess your cat's name. All right, here we go.
Okay, we've got 3 cats, so if you get any of them, you win.
Any of them? Okay, how many boys? How many girls?
They're all boys.
Oh, even better. I have to think of like.
You won't get their names.
That's what you think.
No.
You're not gonna name it like a Winston or something.
No.
Oh God, it's gonna be some type of like some type of manga reference I'll never be able to guess, won't it?
No, I'll tell you our previous cats' names. We had 2 cats called Shakespeare and Dickens.
Whoa!
Yeah.
So wow. Okay, this should be easy then.
But these cats are completely irrelevant. Like their names don't match up. So.
Yeah, right. So your first cat's name is Martin Amos.
No.
And your second cat's name is no, I don't know. Is Princess Diana, even though it's a man. And then, okay, I can do this.
Why have you gone on the Princess Diana train?
Because I just don't know much about stuff. So I just take the few things I do know and I apply it to everything in the world. Okay, now here we go. Okay, I can do this. I can do this. Prince Charles the cat.
No, but I wish.
King Henry the cat.
They're not king names. They're not related to the Shakespeare and Dickens thing. I just thought you'd find that amusing.
Oh my God. Well, I mean, shit, that threw me really off course. I really don't know where to. That's tough after that. All right, I can do this. No, I can do this. Come on, people in the chat, help me out here. Give her a rad scar. Ooh, a scar instead of the unibrow.
That's cool. You could do like a Final Fantasy VIII type thing. You know, the like cross across the face. Battle scar.
Just a big battle scar. Boom! No, I'd screw it up. I'm not feeling confident enough in it right now, though that is a good suggestion. But then, you know, the thing is, if I draw a scar on her face, then everyone's going to be like, what are you trying to say, Funisher? Why are you drawing her face all beat up?
You'd have to pick a theme and run with it properly.
Yeah, I'd have to bury it in a theme, so... We're okay. No, we got to. Okay, cat names. Let's get back on track here. Let's talk about the real issues.
Let's talk about the important stuff.
The important stuff. The real issues. The cat names. We covered everything else. We covered burritos, geology, music, Princess Diana, and now we need to cover.
Calm down.
So. Okay. All right. So. Oh. Okay. Wait. Obviously. One cat's name is Bangers and the other one is Mash.
No.
And the other one's named Fruly.
Fruly? What is Fruly?
Fruly is like your guys' weird strawberry beer that guys probably aren't supposed to drink, but I had it out there and it was awesome.
What?
It was awesome on
I've never even heard of that. I think you're making stuff up about my own content.
Just go to one of your pubs during a football match with a bunch of hooligans and ask
Don't do that.
And just be like, you guys all like Fruly, right? And they'll go, what? And they'll get mad and freak out.
No, do it during a rugby match. That's when you get slapped.
Are the rugby fans like the real intense dudes out there?
They're the ones who are like, we know what we're talking about and we're proper fans of sports, yeah.
I like that. Sounds like my kind of guys. I don't know anything about rugby beyond it looking really awesome and intense, but
rugby is like American football, but without any of the armor.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, I like how you called it armor. That makes football sound so much cooler than it is. I do not like American football. I try every year. I try, and I'm still trying. I'll come around. I'll get it eventually. But I just can't.
It's a massive thing for you guys, though, isn't it? Because you guys are
It's
like the world
huge.
watching, and literally no one. America's watching. That's what's
But
watching.
it's a lot of America. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? It's enough of America where it's like you might as well. Like the numbers are massive. Like American football is so huge. It just like the Super Bowl out here it just dominates as far as sporting events. It's ridiculous. And I try so hard. I try so hard. It's esoteric though.
Sorry.
No.
They're gonna be doing some American football matches over here at the Wembley Stadium.
Oh yeah.
Mental. That just shows how America is like invading us.
We'll get there. We'll show you.
And
I don't know. It's a thing where it is interesting because there is a lot of the kind of the strategy to it and the structure of the teams and everything. It's just hard to get into if you don't know much about it because it's just very, I don't know. And the people that are fans, they just know everything about it.
that's every sport though. That's literally every sport.
It is, and like I've started to follow baseball a little more, and I wouldn't mind following hockey a bit, but I always feel weird because I follow it's just skateboarding. That's what I watch the most of, and I don't have anybody to relay that excitement with beyond my roommate and friend Tim, and the only other person I notice on Reddit who seems to be very into skateboarding is Artector, but I do not know him well enough to have a good conversation about it, and so we need to get him on here. So me and him can talk about Nar footy.
I'll just sit here awkwardly, and I'll be like, "Yeah, I once stood on a not a motorbike, on a skateboard. I once stood on a skateboard and fell off, and then that was it." That's
most people's stories. That's where their stories. Everyone I know that doesn't do it, that's where their stories with skateboards end. Is when the first time they completely eat shit on it, and it hurts like hell.
I'd love to learn how to skateboard, though. Actually, I'd love to learn how to snowboard. That looks intense.
I used to do that. Skateboarding's better. People that snowboard regularly would say snowboarding's better, but skateboarding's totally better. Don't tell them I said that. I did both. I never got that great at snowboarding. I didn't go as much as I should have because it requires you to wake up and put on a bunch of snow clothes, whereas skateboarding's like, I have a skateboard in my hand and I walk outside and I can start.
Yeah. And you've got to go somewhere with snow, surely.
Yeah, and it's more expensive too. Because where I lived, if you went a lot, you get a season's pass to a resort, and that can at those places could cost you anywhere from $700 to $1,200 every year and everything. Yeah, and the equipment's really expensive. Meanwhile, skateboarding's like you buy like a board for $120 and you're set.
You're done. Yeah.
You're done, and you just walk outside. And to me, that was just the greatest thing in the world.
Yeah. Yeah, it's that element of freedom, isn't it?
Absolutely. Oh, McStevie started watching.
Hello.
McStevie's awesome.
Are there any questions in the chat? I feel like we've been ignoring them.
I've been ignoring the YouTube chat a little bit. Jack Porter really likes skateboarding. Gotta do them ollie grind, kickflip, shove it, 570 twists. Okay, well, first of all, twist sounds like a reference to a Mick twist, which is a snowboarding trick.
Well then.
But an ollie grind, kickflip, shove it. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and translate that to the real terms. You can eliminate the ollie. The grind implies it unless it's a slappy grind, but we'll just assume it's a normal grind. So what you really want to do is a grind. A kickflip shove it would be if it's only just a varial shove, it would just be a varial kickflip. 570 twist. 570s, you probably want to be closer to a 540. So what you want to learn is how to do a grind to varial kickflip 570 out, which would mean that you do a varial kickflip and your body would spin a 540. Because the 570 means you didn't land it. So there you go. Unfortunately, I think you would be the first person that ever did that trick. If you did a 50-50 grind to a varial kickflip 570, God, 570,
I
540
don't know what
out,
you're saying.
you'd be the first person who ever did that, I promise. So that's the Jack Porter. I'll get Artector to verify that because he's actually much better at skateboarding than me. I've seen the footy.
I don't know what you just said. All I could tell was you did some math.
I could probably find a 50-50 varial kickflip out, but I don't think I could find the 540 aspect of it because it would look weird. It would look weird. It'd be a weird trick. But you know, hey, that's new territory. Weird's good.
Literally, my experience of any of this is SSX tricky. That's it.
That would be like an SSX tricky trick. I swear to
Maybe
God,
that's
that would be like one.
Maybe
That
that's
game-
what's from. It's a joke that I'm supposed to be getting.
No, I get it. I didn't play that game that much, but my good friend Dylan in Utah was a huge fan of that game.
That's
He
such a
loved it.
good game.
I played a lot of Cool Borders 2 back in the day with him.
Oh, I don't know that one. What's
That's-
Cool Wars 2?
Cool Borders was the I think it was PlayStation 1.
Okay.
Yeah, Cool Wars 2 was also PlayStation 1, and I had a lot of fun with that. But yeah, he was a big fan of SSX Tricky.
Yeah, SSX Tricky's boss.
Yeah, that was pretty
What
fun.
the hell was that?
I'm a big fan of the EA Skate games. The Tony Hawk games are okay, but EA Skates, I'm not a big fan of EA, but those skate games were pretty amazing.
Yeah.
I think they might still be some of the most kind of, I mean, they're pretty specific to, you know, I mean, not everybody really was that into it, but the way they set up the way the controls worked in those games was so brilliant for a skate game. Like, I don't know, just the way you have to use the analog sticks to kind of flick it to control how your feet would
Yeah.
flick the board.
Yeah.
So genius.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, it's so fun. I wish they had those games on Steam. God damn that. Well, I wouldn't make
I'm
sense.
now
They were
thinking about-
Origin.
All them games that I used to play. Oh, boss. I used to play a game called Wipeout. Did you ever play that?
Yeah, that was like the PlayStation 1
That's
Wipeout.
an
I remember
amazing
that.
game.
I used to go to this kid's house. I wasn't even that close of friends with him, to be honest. He was kind of weird, but he was a nice. Well, he was back and forth.
You're
He was
kinda weird.
hear me out. Like, he was like nice, but then he was also like, you know, like the friends that are like nice, but they also would do things that like were really annoying. Maybe this is more of a guy thing, but it's like if you had a friend that was cool, but when you had a bunch of friends around, he'd be like the friend that would like try to smack you in the balls or something. You're just, man, I can't. This is
I've
annoying.
never had someone try to do that to me. That's for
Well,
sure.
that's different when you're a girl. I don't know if girls have a thing where they have like the one friend that keeps trying to like punch them in the boobs, like at a party, and you're like, why are you doing that? You know. But this was the
Literally
smack
never
on the ball kind of friend, and he was nice enough. So like he was the kind of friend that when it was just like you and him hanging out, he was chill and it was all
Yeah,
good and
I
it
know
was
what you
fun.
mean,
But
yeah.
like when other people are around, I think you don't realize till you're older, but that he's probably trying to just impress people. Like we all
Yeah.
did back then, you know.
Yeah.
I remember times when I wanted to do that, and so it would be less fun to hang out with him. But he had a PlayStation and he had Wipeout, so we'd go to his house to play Wipeout, and that's how I remember that game. The one
That
thing I
was
didn't like
the
it.
best.
It was fun, but like every time you touched the wall, you came to a complete stop.
Oh
That
yeah,
game was
yeah.
brutal about
BS
that.
happens when you touch the wall. Yeah, but I would highly recommend Wipeout HD, which is one of the HD re-release of it, and it's got like a whole load of new modes and stuff, and it's also got.
Is it on PC or
I don't know if it's on PC.
what is it on?
It's definitely on PlayStation Network.
Oh, okay.
But it's so good. Like, some of the music in it, it's just, I could just sit there and just go around in circles and just listen to the music. 'Cause it's so good.
Is it as good as Hotline Miami's music?
Hotline Miami's music is very good. It's
like-
more like, it is very good. It's more like The Impossible Game, that kind of music.
I don't know that one. I feel like I should
You
know
don't know The Impossible
Oh
Game.
God, I'm in trouble. Here comes the chat.
The Impossible
Oh.
Game is basically, it's like an iOS game,
Yeah.
and you're a little square, so you can't like roll properly, you can't like bounce, and you have to jump over like triangles, and you jump in time with the music, so you're always going forwards, and you have to press space or whatever, or tap to jump, and you have to try and get
Well,
past these triangles.
Well, that sounds kind of like a bit trip runner or whatever, right?
Yeah, but it goes left to right, so it's like a platformer. And you go
Okay.
up and down these little platforms. Yeah, it's a platformer, but the music's so good, and you get so invested in it. But the only thing is, if you're rubbish at it, you only ever keep hearing the same little bit of music over and over again because you keep going back to the beginning. But the music in that game is so good. Try watching like a lot of people do speedruns of it online where they basically complete it in one go, and it's just so it's so butt clenchingly good.
I gotta check this out. I should pull it
Yeah.
up in a new tab. What was it called again? I have the worst memory.
The Impossible Game.
God, the Impossible. Maybe I even have this game. Hold on a second. Steam does that thing, like when a Steam sale happens, you have to actually start asking yourself, like, do I actually have this game? And I just forgot.
Yeah, do I actually already own it? It'll tell you that though. If you try to buy it, it will say, "Are you aware?"
I'm gonna check if I do. Hold on a second. I'm curious.
Okay.
I'm gonna get really disappointed in myself. Hold
I'm
on.
not sure if it's on Steam. I know it's definitely on on iOS. I'm not entirely sure. Chat will know. Chat, what is it?
I don't think I do have it. Okay. All right. Good. No. Okay. No, it's fine. That's good. I'm in control.
It
I'm
will
in
ruin
control.
your life.
I'm in control. All right. I got this. I was playing Audio Surf, which is a pretty great
That's a
game
good
based
game.
on your music. And I
Yeah.
had the second one. My friend came into town to visit. My good friend and homie Bob was out here, and we were just hanging out and drinking beers and playing quite a bit of Audio Surf. That was fun stuff.
That is
I don't know. I like games that are like music based that are all just kind of like trippy and whacked out, like Dyad. That game's cool too.
Dyad. Yeah, I think I've heard of that one.
You're just kind of like flying through this psychedelic tube of colors. H-King has its own mission, but really the mission is just how trippy can I make this game look.
Right.
And that's rewarding enough. Alright. Hold down the fort for a minute, I'll be right back.
Okay. I'm pressing all the wrong buttons, chat. What am I doing? Ah, there we go. Chat, do you want to see fossils? I was going to try and show you fossils. Stop sharing. There we are. Hello? Look. Here's the boring segment of the show. Look, this is what I got on a beach in the UK. And then I've got stuff like this. Boring segment. There you go. There you go. I hope you enjoyed that. Alright, I'm going to jump back. Screen share. Are you ready to divide by 0? Share. There you go. Divide by 0. I'm not sure how I'm doing with this. I think I'm kind of getting there. I think I want to do more with the purples, but I kind of want to keep it with a warm tone. So I'm just playing really. I don't know, what do you guys think? Do you guys think I'm doing alright? I have to look your messages up from my phone. What's he doing? What do you think he's gone to do? Has he gone to look up the Impossible Game? It's messing around. I'm ruining everything. Wait. Let's see if I can get it so that I can see chat as well. And then I can see if you guys are asking any questions and I can join in. Oh, sounds like he's on his way back. Oh my god. Can you guys hear that? All I heard was, oh shit.
That's hilarious.
That's
Oh my god.
What have you done?
Oh, this is so awesome.
What? Did you...
My good friend and roommate Tim is listening, and he was also drawing as we were drawing in the same picture, and he already made his own drawing of it.
Oh, he's already posted it?
No, he doesn't post. He's just like a lurker. He just lurks,
okay.
but he doesn't post. He's shy.
Oh.
He's also known as the like someone had mentioned the video where I just get like really drunk to make a drawing, but I don't actually make a drawing. The Noob School Fucked Up. He was the person who was filming that.
Right.
You'll see him as a shadowed figure standing in the background. But yeah, no, it was so good. It's so good.
Is it? Then he should post it.
I tried it. He'd never do it. He'd never do it. That's not his style. He's a mystery man.
It's like Batman is in the darkness.
I wonder how much the RGD photo is distorted by camera lens because the drawings make more sense than the photo. That's actually a really interesting... Yeah, Nenki brought it up, and that's really an interesting point because I've had that happen where this drawing is so rad. Oh, I'm so stoked. That's so cool. I've had that happen where now I'm like self-conscious about my drawing. I love it. That means it's good. I get excited. Like when you get self-conscious about your own art, that's such a good thing.
Yeah.
Because that means you're getting stoked. I'm gonna finish the bottle. So.
Oh no, I can hear that.
Yeah, I hear that right there. That's good stuff.
It's a gorgeous sound right there.
I know. I'm getting close.
So what's that about the camera distorting? So do you think we're correcting something?
Yeah, definitely. Because we'll try to. So okay, I was doing a drawing recently, and I had to draw my friend, and it was really hard to get it to look right. Something felt off to me, and you know when you like show it to like friends or whatever, or particularly to people that don't make art, they'll say, "Ah, it looks fine. You're crazy," but I knew something was off, and what I realized what it was is I took a photo of him, and it was kind of a wide-angle shot, but he, like, I only had a few photos of him, and it was the only one that I thought would look good, and he was all the way to the side of the photo, and what that did is it started to kind of stretch his head towards the edge of the frame, and it's really subtle. But you'll notice it with RGDs when people, especially when people's eyes are getting near the edge of the photo, you'll notice that, like, in this case, like the eye would be off. I'd love to blame it on this photo, but this was just me mismeasuring because this eye should be right in the center. But anyways, the eye would be kind of stretching off to the side because the wide-angle lens will be distorting it.
Yeah.
And I had so many RGDs drive me crazy.
Well, I think something that a lot of people don't know is that webcams are wide-angle lenses. And I think most people don't realize that, so they don't know to compensate. So you get told that you have to, wherever you think the camera should be, then move it back like an extra, I don't know, like an extra few inches, because otherwise you're too close and you are causing that issue to happen, that exact issue.
Huh. I didn't even actually realize, I didn't know that that webcams were
it's
angle.
like standardized webcams, and I think iPhone cameras have it slightly, but definitely webcams are mildly wide-angle lens, so you end up with that distortion happening you don't even realize. That's why they say if you want to do like web conferences and stuff like that, you have to sit back further than you think you should.
Huh. I did not know. That's good to know. I'm going to do some web conferences. Now I know, so I can do some web conferences.
Have you ever done a web conference?
I did a job interview via Google Hangouts.
Mm-hmm.
Totally wasn't fair because I had video my stupid face, but the guy interviewing me just had like the profile photo. But it was interesting because it was one of those interviews where I, it was starting fine, and I'm doing okay at first, but then like I realized as we were talking that the job like wasn't what I thought it would be.
Right.
And and then it was there like as I'm being interviewed, I'm starting to realize in my own head like, I don't think this is actually what I'm looking for. And then so I was doing progressively worse in the interview, but it made it hard because I wasn't sure if it wasn't what I was looking for, if I was just tripping, but like in hindsight, but as it was going, I was kind of like, oh no, this isn't really what I thought it was. And I'm sure that threw me off my interview game, but I think it was probably for the best, and it was a cool company, and they all seem cool. I really actually love like what they're doing. But yeah, it was a little weird. It was the first time I'd ever done that. I mean, I've been in my day job. I've been there for I think over 6 years or maybe 5 years. I don't know. It's been long enough where I forgot.
That means it's been too long. If you start
It's definitely been too long. But I'm at a point where my big plan. I might just next year might just be me quitting and then being like, fuck it, and just like I've been spending this year just like getting rid of shit. I don't know. It's going to be a very interesting transition into 2016. That's all I know. I have no idea what that year holds for me, but I'm kind of just open for anything at this point.
I've got that same effect for this year because the show, the MCM Comic Con, where I usually sell my stuff, they've changed a bunch of their rules. So that means that literally, other than my book series, I can't sell anything else that I normally sell there. So I've got to completely redo all of my stock. So I just don't know what this year is going to be. It's just, but that's taken.
Wait, so I think I'm a little confused. So what happened? Like you can only sell your one book, but you're not allowed to try to sell anything else?
No, well, they've changed a bunch of their rules, which basically means the content of the artwork that I was selling isn't allowed to be sold anymore. So I can make more, like prints, for example, but I can't use the same content that I was using originally.
Why not?
Well, basically, there's kind of this war going on at the moment.
I like where this is going.
Yeah, there's kind of a war going on, and I don't want to talk too much about it, but it's about IPs and fan art and stuff like that, and fan inspired. And I made some work where I deem it to, well, personally, I think that it was outside of that realm. It was inspired by.
Yeah.
It wasn't heavily based on the work. And then the stuff where maybe it was on open source stuff.
Yeah.
They've basically said that's not allowed anymore. No one can do that, which is fair enough. They're absolutely fine to do that, and I'm absolutely fine with that being a thing. But that means that I basically have to completely rethink what I'm doing in the year. Because in America, there's a much more pro, I guess, scene for fan-inspired. As long as it's not like you are stealing their IP, you are defacing their company, etc., etc. As long as it's more, this is a tribute that the fans are doing, and it's not something that the company would ever create themselves. It's something completely different. You've turned it into a completely different medium. Like you're taking a game and you're transforming it into like an oil painting or something. It's something that they would never have, and those should be covered. But the convention's decided that those kind of things, they're not going to allow it because it's a grey area, and that's absolutely fine. So instead, I'm going to be creating my first ever, I guess, gallery collection. It's going to be under my Geyser Inc. name, which is my company name. And I'll be doing a whole gallery collection based on different themes. So I'm aiming to get 2 collections done by the end of this year, and then I'll be selling those at the shows instead. But it just means that this year there's an element of excitement because I don't know what's going to happen, and that means that I have ultimate freedom because I don't have to think, well, everyone wants me to do this, therefore that's what I'll do.
And now you can't do that.
Exactly. I can't do that anyway, so I have to say, well, I'm sorry, I can't do that. Instead, I now get to play, I guess, again. I get to discover what I feel like doing instead. So that's exciting, but there is also an element of I'm really nervous because these are the things that they cover my day-to-day bills. They cover me existing. So we will see what happens.
Just be sure you don't accidentally turn it into a thing where, oh, I can't do that anymore, and they're like, why not? No, we're going to fight this. And you're like, no, don't fight it. It's kind of a good thing.
Well, that's why I've been saying to everyone that I'm absolutely perfectly fine with them saying that because it's in their right to say that. And I believe their reasoning is right as well, the reasoning for why they want to do it. One of the main things is that the show has become really hard to get into. The show sells out within hours max. For people to get tables, and they want to really show off everyone's individual qualities and the fact that people are there because they're on their own back, and they're there because they're. I mean, we're there as Comic Village, so we should be representing our comics basically, and I agree with that. So I would never want any of my fans or my supporters to go against that, because I think I agree with them on doing this. It's just nervous, you know.
That's new territory. That's new territory, you know.
Exactly.
That's a good thing.
Exactly. I mean, that I have found that new territory.
That's gotta be so weird.
Yeah, it's
having fans. What an adventure that would be.
I have a very small but very loyal fan base. They're very wonderful to me.
I remember
book 3 will come out soon. Calm down.
It's like, when's it coming out? I gotta finish. I can't finish the story.
No, but they're really supportive though, so I appreciate that. It's nice to have that. I think that's one of the things. That's one of the reasons why I've wanted to do the streaming and stuff like that, because I want to be able to talk to people. Because at the show, I don't have a lot of time to talk to people because I'm booked up on commissions. Because I do basically this, but I do it live, and then I do it with pens and pencils. So it's nice to be able to just say, look, just chat to me online, and I'll say whatever it was that you wanted to talk to me at the show. If you didn't get the chance, then I'm here 24/7 online. So that's been my goal for this year, I think.
It's a good goal. Jack Porter just wants you to know that he's gonna fight this for you.
No.
He's gonna raise a huge stink, and I think you should, Jack. I think you should go all the way. I think you should walk up, and when she says, "Well, we're not allowed to do this," you should go hup, 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 and stop her, and then just so, "I'd like to speak with a manager, please," and then just start yelling. Just start yelling, and then when the whole room goes silent, just go, "Well, Sarah told me to say this," and then just point to her.
So you know how It Will Be Mine moderates Reddit Gets Drawn.
Yeah, I've heard the name.
Banhammer, nothing gets away. That is what Comic Village is at MCM. You do not mess around.
No. Oh, that's a good. Yeah, you don't mess with It Will Be Mine.
Exactly.
You don't mess with the Banhammer.
Exactly.
Just
especially when they're the ones in control. Yeah. The bosses tell us what to do.
Exactly.
I think I'm finally getting somewhere with this that I like. I played around with some of the settings, and I did an overlay layer on the hair, and I'm so happy with it.
I think I'm feeling okay about mine. It's presentable. I don't know. A little weird about the lips. I'm going to have to try to work that out with this pen here.
Yeah, I was playing around with the lips for a little while, because there's a semi-pout in the picture, I think.
Exactly. But it's very subtle.
It's very subtle, exactly, and it's trying to capture that.
And mine's like way too like duck lips, and it's not like that at all. Girls know how to be subtle with photographs. Guys don't. The only goal a guy has with a photograph is like, let's just make sure the double chin thing isn't happening, and then that's it. That's all they have to accomplish.
We're like trained. We're trained from a young age. We're just taking photos all the time.
It's like how you guys have like unbelievable. That's hilarious. But it's like how girls all have really good handwriting, and it's because when they were like going through grade school, grammar school, however, that no, it's fine. I'm sure your handwriting is just swoopy and loopy enough. And just fine.
I have comic book writer handwriting. Look.
So it's very legible penmanship.
That's my handwriting.
Oh, hold on a second. I need.
And then if I try to do cursive, I end up with whatever this is.
Wait. Let me switch things here.
So I've got my comic book writing at the top, and then.
No, it looks fine. What are you talking about? You're crazy.
Thing. I actually started doing that because there's a artist and letterer called Woodrow Wilson. No, not Woodrow Wilson. Woodrow Phoenix. It is the best name ever. Woodrow Phoenix. and I met him at my first ever convention, and he was like an amazing letterer, and he did so much work for stuff, and interestingly, he's done one of the best no words comics, so silent comics that I've ever read, but he was also famous for lettering, which was interesting, being those opposites. And he looked at my manga and he said, if you want to really improve this, you need to be doing hand lettering, you need to be studying it. So ever since he said that, that's been one of the main things I've been trying to work on. I mean, when someone like that is talking to you, you listen to what they're saying.
You listen, you don't fuck around.
Exactly.
Speaking of wordless comics, you want to see the most... I have 2 very special books. You want to see one of the most special books I have?
Okay.
I think you'll appreciate this. I'll be right back. Hold on one sec.
Oh, okay. Okay. I've stopped my stream so that I can see the other side. Guys, look at all my manga. I've got video games. Oh, other side. Video games here. And then manga. And then manga over here. I've got Death Note. That massive one's Death Note. And then we've got Reborn over there. Fruits Basket. Get the manga, not the anime. The manga's amazing. And then all the dot hacks. They're my babies. The dot hacks.
Alright. So this is... Thank you. This is the most rare comic I probably have.
Mm-hmm.
And it's Comics 2000, printed by... the spine wore off because a friend of mine read it on the ground. Printed by La Asociación, and it's 2,000 pages of wordless comics from all around the world.
That's really cool.
Organized by alphabetical by the artist's name, and it is fucking amazing. I had to order.
That's really good.
Yeah, I had to order and get it shipped from France, and they only printed so many. I don't even think it's on eBay. But yeah, this is, oh god, this book. It's kind of just like a Bible.
I would love to have that. I really would. I mean, a book like that is kind of invaluable, especially when you're working in the industry, because you need to be able to look at other artists and see how they tackled problems that you want to tackle.
Mm-hmm. And then having it kind of in that world perspective.
Yeah.
Was just so fascinating, because I mean, a lot of this is more, you know, it's all kind of indie and, you know, not so mainstream, but even in that level, they're just, I mean, they're just, the approaches are so different. Yeah, I love this book
and
so
even
much.
just like skimming it at the moment, I'm just watching you flick through the pages. They're all so powerful as well. You immediately get a sense for what they're talking about. That's why I love comics. I love the fact that you can put atmosphere into something just with a page layout. I think that's so clever.
Mm-hmm. And it's and it's so funny because lots of these comics, like, I haven't been able to find any of their other work. Like was this Stefano Ricci? I'm horrible with any language. I'm not even good with English. So, but this is like a straight up just, you know, an abstract comic, you know, but it translates. I don't know. This book is that thing where I could keep coming back to. You know, I can keep coming back to it, but I don't know. I think I have like. There's 2 books out of all the books I own that it's like if the apartment was on fire, I'd grab them and run out, and it's this one, and then I also have the Egon Schiele catalog raisonné, which would be then the book of all of his art collected, and they're like, I got them and they're very out of print, but they're also very personal, and like I could never sell them, and it's those 2 books. Those are my ones. Like those are the 2 I would grab, is this Comics 2000 and that one.
That's amazing. That Comic 2000 one, I'm so jealous of you for having that.
Yeah, this is the jam. I mean, I ordered this back when I was in college. I don't know. Like, it was that thing where, like, I think back to when I got it, and I don't even remember how. And it was an interesting choice, like, because I was the American artist they chose. I don't even know how to find them, but I remember it being a pretty interesting selection. And you know what? I was really happy because they picked this comic artist named Brian Biggs. And
Yeah.
do you like Brian Biggs?
Yeah.
He's American, right? Wasn't he American
I
artist?
think so. I mean, the name sounds.
He did the comic he did I love was called Dear Julia, and it was all about a guy that was obsessed with trying to fly and making his own wings and trying to Brian Biggs, San Francisco. Wow. And yeah, his comic Dear Julia is one of those ones where it's like read multiple times because it just has there's so many details. It would be the thing where there's a lot of kind of establishing shots at kind of unique angles, like every angle was not centered, so every view panel looked like there was no gravity, so you're always feeling like you're kind of at an odd angle, like you're floating off the ground, and it was full of those subtleties. And then there would be like a sink in the background with like some rubber duckies floating in it. Like everything in the book was hinting at the idea of flight. And then the whole book was this crazy man obsessed with this idea of flying. But really, obviously, like what it became is the story was of like a breakup and trying to overcome the emotion of losing somebody, and then just directing all that energy with being obsessed with just trying to fly. And then, of course, comes the parallels between that and suicide and depression.
Yeah.
It's short. It's a short book with very few words, but it was done so well. So when I saw that he was in that collection, I was just like, oh, that tickled the pretentious indie art comic douche in me like no other.
It's alright, that's what all of Comic Village is. All of Ice Alley. We're all just freaking out over artists that no one's heard of, and we're just like, oh, all they talk about is depression, but it's amazing.
Yeah. Well, I remember we talking before and joking the idea of the indie comics are all just a bunch of sad Canadians staring through Venetian blinds, just peeking through them.
With big scarves. Big scarves.
Big scarves.
Yeah.
I was actually at work thinking about that and how hilarious it is. There's kind of like the genres of comics, and to me that felt like there was like the pretentious indie comics, and I love all of them. I love all of it for everything it is, and there's the pretentious indie comics, and then there's kind of the other comics that can't like let go of the sci-fi fantasy elements, and it was just kind of like we need to make like a comic that just encompasses all of it, that joins it together. And what it would be the father. And so you get the old audience in, all right? So he loses, he's lost his job in a recession. Ooh, very serious. His job was raising a monster farm. So there you go. Okay. You have your fantasy element, right?
Yeah.
I don't know how to get sci-fi into it, but he's trying to make money for his monster farm.
The monster farm's in space.
In space, his space monster farm, and he cannot relate to his Canadian son, who spends all his time staring through Venetian blinds and masturbating, because that's also indie comics.
Oh, obviously.
Yeah, that's all that happens. And I think that would be the comic of the ages, the monster farmer with a big scarf in space who cannot relate to his Canadian masturbating son that stares through Venetian blinds.
That sounds perfect.
Yeah,
you know what? You could sell that in Comic Village. I'm just thinking about it, and I feel like you could really easily just slot that in, and it would do well.
If I'm the type of person that could actually motivate myself enough to actually make it, I would. You know what would be funny about a comic like that is, what if it's ridiculous, but what if it got really serious? Like, what if you're reading it halfway, and you're like, oh, ha, this is totally silly, and then at the halfway point, it does this turn, and it gets so intense and serious.
That's what
it's like, oh my god,
That's what a lot of manga does. You have like 5 or 10 episodes of just random BS, and then all of a sudden the story drops. I'm watching something called Reborn at the moment, and it was just rubbish. It was just like, it wasn't. It was a really good show, but it talked rubbish, right?
Yeah.
So you had just a tiny kid dressed as a cow that would just run around and blow himself up all the time, and then there was a guy who his superpower is that his clothes rip off, and then he becomes super determined to do stuff. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, it turns into, okay, people can die in this, and we're trying to save the planet, and we've screwed up the time-space continuum, and it's just like, whoa, what happened?
That's... What was it called?
Reborn, and it's got a exclamation mark at the end of it.
I love that. I love that idea. That it just gets... Just do that to the audience. Just make them think that they're comfortable at one story and then turn it into a whole different story.
That's exactly what it does.
Oh my god.
The anime is pretty good. It's a good show for, like, if you need to chill and you just need random stuff on. It's perfect for that.
That is so... Whoa, Jack Porter just said he found people selling the Comics 2000 book on Amazon for 118 pounds.
Oh, wow.
That's actually not that bad of a price for that book.
That's pretty good for an out of print.
Yeah, I think I bought it when it first came out for $75-ish.
So it hasn't even gone up that much.
No, that's really cheap, because the only time I ever saw it on sale was on eBay for like $300 to $400. So that's actually really good.
Yeah.
I highly recommend it. It's seriously... And since it's wordless comics, there's there's no language barriers.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I type in Comics 2000. Did you ever read Johnny Ryan's comics, who does Angry Youth comics and Comic Book Holocaust?
No, I'm not aware of that one.
Oh my lord, he is... I mean, his whole thing is like pushing the effect... 1 second. Alright, 1 second. This is too funny. Hold on.
Okay. Must be getting another book. He needs to set up what I've got. Here's the bookshelf behind him. That's what I'm doing. Wait, stop sharing. Yeah, and here's this. Look at this. This is how you get it done. So I was saying Reborn. I've got them here. I think the anime is better, but it doesn't have everything that's in the manga. So this is the kind of stuff. It's really odd. Be aware for really odd. But there's a little bit of it. But Death Note was a really good one. It's got a really interesting style as well. For those of you who aren't manga fans or anime fans, if you're going to start with an anime, start with Death Note. Because it's so good and there's so much detail. And it's really dark. It's so cool. It feels like you're watching a TV show as well. And same made for a Bagamon as well. Welcome back.
Thank you. I couldn't find it. I could not find it. So he had I can't remember if it was the cover of Comic Book Holocaust, but it was so fucking offensive. But he had the drawing. It was of a plane and the World Trade Center 69ing each other. And yeah, he kind of got infamous for that. But his book Comic Book Holocaust I loved because I love all kind of the indie comics and everything of that time of kind of mid 2000s. Like that's just when I got into comics hard and reading a lot of Comics Journal, and because I kind of came like the art school route into comics, so I came through like the pretentious road.
Yeah.
But I mean I say that with like genuine love for it.
With love for it, yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
And so reading his comics, making fun of it, like made it that much better because he was so good at making fun of them. Like so in the book, like every page was making fun of some indie comic, whether it be like a Love and Rockets or it be like a Chester Brown comic or whatever. Mm-hmm. And it was so great because it's like I got every joke, like everything he was making fun of, I understood, and it was hilarious because he described kind of when the indie comics were blowing up. He's like he was like, comic books were like an orgy. And then when indie comics started, he's like, that's like when your grandparents walked into the room.
Oh, God.
And I thought that was so funny. And so all of his comics were just parodies and satire of all those indie comics. And they were so funny and offensive and amazing. Oh, he does the character Lodi McGee. Anyways, I got on that tangent because I was trying to look for Comics 2000, and one of his Angry Youth comics popped up first. I highly recommend Comic Book Holocaust for anybody who wants good satire of indie comics.
There's one, I mentioned it in the Artist Lounge before, Grayson Perry's Playing to the Gallery. If you want that kind of thing, but for general art world, that's so good. Yeah.
Grayson Perry Playing to the Gallery?
Yeah.
I'm gonna put that. I want to find
yeah,
that.
I've got it right here actually. But he fills it with like cute little comics every now and then. But it basically just talks about the UK art world in general, and he talks about how the art world views itself and how the public views the art world. And it's really interesting because he was a winner of the Turner Prize. But he basically came out of nowhere. Like, no one knew who Grayson Perry was. And then all of a sudden, this Essex guy grew up in my neighborhood, all of a sudden won the Turner Prize out of nowhere. Whilst...
Whoa. Wait, what was his name? I know, I'm familiar with the Turner Prize. I'm familiar with all that.
I know the lingo.
I know the Turner Prize, and it gets protested, and there isn't like who's the guy that had the frozen head of blood?
Oh, don't even. Right, I'm going to tell you a story. I'm going to tell you a story about that bloody frozen head. All right, are you ready?
Yeah. It's shit. God damn it! I used to know this.
I know
stuff.
Exactly who you mean. I can never remember his name
Is
either.
it Chris something?
Oh.
Shit. It was his own blood, yeah, and he froze a cast of his head of his own blood.
Everyone
that was alright.
Yeah. So I'll tell you a story about that bloody head, okay? So when I did my A-levels, I was basically told that my final piece was worth about half what it should have been worth. And I was told that the reason for that was that the examiner didn't like traditional artwork. I'd painted a 6-foot by 4-foot painting, and it was obviously it wasn't the most amazing thing in the world because I was 18 and I was doing my best, but it was mountains and trees and.
Sounds like you were making a painting I'd make now at 31.
Well, I'd be able to do it better now, but it was very good for an 18-year-old, I think.
Yeah.
And it was just a large landscape, mountains. I think the mountains did really well. So I brought this in, and it was enormous. And I bring it in, I'm like, this is my final piece. This is what represents me. And then they're like, no, you can't even get a C with that. Because the examiner doesn't like traditional artwork. She likes modern stuff like the Turner Prize.
The examiner likes contemporary art, like the YBA artists.
So
they want a Tracy Emin piece with her dumb head.
So I got so upset, right? Because I'd been up stupid hours for a whole month making this thing, and I'm like, why didn't you tell me that earlier? Like that kind of thing. So I go crazy and I send this letter, which I completely regret. I send this letter to my art teachers, basically just saying, well, fine, I'll just make a bloody book and I'll write it out of my blood and then I'll freeze it and I'll send it to the Tate.
Oh, that is awesome. That is awesome.
They called me up and they were like, Sarah, it's okay, calm down.
You're like, you calm down. No, but seriously though, you should have been that angry. That's annoying.
I was so upset.
The best thing, I'm sorry, that shit bothered me so much. Oh yeah, like they want you to be like a fucking Tracy Emin with her stupid art. You should look at her drawings. Her drawings are horrible. The best thing she ever did was put Billy Childish's name in her tent because he was a better artist, and I'm glad the tent caught on fire in that way.
Wow.
Her art is terrible.
I mean, going back to this book, I think the good thing is that it talks about... well, no, it is related to that because it does talk about the ridiculousness of it, and it talks about the fact that there was... someone just put a toilet in a museum, and suddenly it was art. But it also talks about the reasoning behind it, which was why I really liked it, because back when I was 18, I was so angry. I was really angry about it, and I was like, why are there so many talented artists that don't get recognized by the, quote, real art world? And reading this book kind of made me realize that it should be looked at differently, and that there's an element of there's so much context around the, quote, art world that means that you have to have these crazy artists who think that putting a bed in there is a piece of artwork and stuff like that, and it's all about questioning what is art. That's the art piece. The art piece is what is art, rather than a demonstration of skill.
But here's what I'm going to say, is that doesn't need to happen as much now. Because
Absolutely.
it happened
Absolutely.
with the toilet 100 years ago when
Absolutely.
Marcel Duchamp put a toilet in a gallery. Like, why are we still doing it? Like, it's
Absolutely, yeah. And it talks about that as well.
You know what's hard right now? What's hard is taking the time to learn a skill and fitting it into your life.
Yeah.
That we're in an economic recession and people have very little time for art, and the people that actually take the time to do it and make it and aren't just idea people are the important ones. Like, to me, I don't know, just that whole thing of the people pushing the boundaries of what is art, to me it's like whatever isn't. I think the best definition of art I've heard still is Scott McCloud's definition of anything that's not for reproduction or survival is art. Like, that's fine. I think that is such a constructive way to look at art, because then we don't need to ask what is art anymore. Like, I don't like, oh, it's a bed in a gallery. It's in a gallery. Okay, does that make it art? No. Did they say it was art? Yes. Well, then it's art. But the question isn't, is it art? The question is it good art? Is it effective art? And the dirty bed it's okay. To me, that feels like that's like an 11th grade. That's like a 15-year-old. You should have that idea when you're 15 years old. That's about how good of an idea I think that is. Yeah. The only thing that didn't make her seem like she was 15 years old when she put a bed of,
used condoms and all that.
Yeah, used condoms and bloody stains is the only thing that makes her, not 15 is it's like, oh, she's fucking. That's the only thing that made her not 15 in that piece. It is fine.
I mean, to be fair, she did turn a plane into a bird, though. She did do that.
She didn't do anything. Actually, it was hard. It was hard for me to have respect for her work when I saw. I was like, because I was like, you know what? I assumed I had a preconceived notion. I'm like, I must have a preconceived notion. So I look up her. I'm like, let's just see what does her drawings look like? Like, what is like the basic root art? And it was just so bad. It was like that. It reminded me of when Damien Hirst.
Oh God, Damien Hirst! Don't talk to me about Damien Hirst.
When he was like, I'm gonna do my own paintings, and they were like these horrendously painted skulls that were clearly ripping off Francis Bacon, and then all the critics were like, it's like when they all suddenly realized that this guy doesn't know how to make art. It's like they know these artists know how to be like a brand and run a business, but they don't know how to.
The most interesting thing about them is their accounts. That was a Grayson Perry quote, and it was like that's so.
That's a good quote. That's a really good quote.
Yeah, she said the most interesting thing about Damien Hirst is his accounts, and that's so true.
That's so on point. Wow. It was the auction market that made them interesting. It was kind of the buzz of them blowing up as kind of like a new pop invasion. But it didn't last. Like, I don't know. Like, maybe it's out there. There's probably a market for it, but it just didn't feel like conceptually it's sticking around.
Well, I think the thing is it kind of stayed, but only in certain places, and that's the thing that there's a belief that once the public likes something, it's tacky. So if the public doesn't understand it, quote, quote, or they don't believe it's good, then that's what makes it good.
Yeah.
So the fact that we hate it is exactly what gives it that price in the auction. But it would never have that price in a market where we would ever come near it.
Yeah, it was just because it's completely out of our reach, anyways.
Yeah.
But it feels that offensive thing, like, oh, the hoi polloi doesn't get it. You know, it's
Yeah,
like, no,
and it's like, no, shut up.
shut up, we get it. You know, like
Yeah, we do get it. It's
we
just
do
they
actually
use that.
get it. It's
Yeah.
just that it feels like it took a world of critics and theorists who do all this just to kind of fulfill their own agenda.
Absolutely,
But
yeah.
so much of it is actually genuinely not that interesting. Oh, that line got all shitty at the bottom. Anyways,
Oh.
but I like trying to draw these really straight lines without using a ruler. Every one of my drawings, I have these lines on the edge, and I try to see how good I can do it without
Are
a
you
ruler.
using your shoulder?
Yeah, I draw by holding my body still and then pivoting at my waist and then just leaning back and letting my arm drag as I lean my upper body back at my waist.
That actually works. I'm just
Yeah, let's see Tracy Emin tell someone that technique. But the idea, the simple theory being that, you know, the larger the joint you use, the straighter the line you can draw.
Absolutely, yeah. That's something that I've only recently learned, and it's just helped me so much.
Let's see, Damien Hirst understand that. He didn't when he painted those ugly skulls, but Francis Bacon knew it when he painted the Pope and had those fucking awesome Pope paintings. Oh, that guy was a character. There is a documentary of him on YouTube that's like 30 minutes long, and he's just so fun to listen to because it's like he is so hard on his own paintings, but not in a negative way. It's just it's almost like he seems they are in a museum showing slides of his work, and he's just naming things in the paintings that drove him crazy. He's like I don't know what I was thinking when I drew that thing in the bottom corner, but he's like entertained by it. He's not upset, and that's what I love. Yeah. He just seemed to like it was funny to him that like he couldn't come to terms with it. And then they go get lunch, him and the interviewer, and then Francis Bacon's just getting drunker and drunker, and then he goes to like the club that he goes to he just seemed like such a funny man. And then to know that he was friends with Lucian Freud, and yeah, like well they knew each other and they had painted each other, and their portraits of each other are both amazing. And it's funny because Francis Bacon seems like this very outgoing kind of socialite, and Lucian Freud is so soft spoken. His interviews, he can't get through a sentence without, he just goes like, so when I paint, he says them a million times. He seems so shy and soft-spoken, he hardly speaks to a camera. And I just picture these two, oh man, see those guys, those were the guys. Oh, anyways, I'm being silly, but.
The guy.
I love Lucian Freud.
Yeah.
Oh, his art's so good. He drives me crazy. His art's so good.
I went to there's this amazing fair in the UK called the Affordable Art Fair. It's also in America as well. So if you ever get the chance to go to that, go to it.
The Affordable Art Fair?
The Affordable Art Fair is stunning. To be able to apply for it, you have to be with a gallery or being represented by a gallery, and then you can display your artwork there. And just walking around it is like walking through the internet. You just see every single type of art you can see. It's just
That's
stunning.
awesome.
Yeah, but the hilarious thing was I was standing at the desk, and at the front they had Damien Hirst works, and it was literally just a piece of paper with a dot on it. And that was supposed to be the most amazing thing. And then you walk into this room of just stunning artwork, and it's like, why is that why does that, like, no one cared about the Damien Hirst stuff. Everyone cared about these gorgeous ballerina girls that are completely black and white oil paints with glowing shoes made of pink, or a ginormous cheetah that's just a sketch, but it has so much energy in it. There was just so much stuff. If you ever get the chance, I think they do stuff in New York, and I think they do stuff on the West Coast as well. So the Affordable Art Fair is so worth it.
That's awesome. That's funny you mentioned the Damien Hirst dot painting. So I worked at a commercial gallery that sold Warhol prints. So
Mhm.
right before the economic recession and right after, the art market was blowing up. And I worked at a gallery that sold Warhol prints, and Warhols were shooting through the roof. So every day there would be this, like, they would get an update to the price book, and it would be like they'd be jacking up the Warhol prints by thousands of dollars pretty much like every day.
Oh
And
my god.
yeah, it was ridiculous. And I got it like super tinfoil hat conspiracy level, like following the art market, because it all just seems so bullshitty. And I remember seeing an article about Damien Hirst talking about his dot paintings and his interns that would paint the dot paintings. He's like, I don't paint them. He's like, you want to know someone's good? Like, talk to.
What? He doesn't even paint them.
No, that's why these artists, like, he doesn't make that art. He doesn't do that with the shark or paint the dots. It's the same way that what was the artist, Murakami or whatever, who didn't. He doesn't, like, they have just studios and factories. Jeff Koons, he doesn't make that shit. He doesn't know how to make that. They hire people and they make art and then they just sign it.
Now I'm even more annoyed.
Yeah, no, they don't. That's why Damien Hirst's show where he painted those skulls that were Francis Bacon knockoffs were so. That's why that was so hilarious, because he doesn't actually. That was the show where he made the art himself, and it sucked.
Right.
It was horrible, and but so he had the so he talked about that and the dot paintings, and it was funny because how did it go? There was like an article where it was talking about how he was going to lay off a bunch of people that made the dot paintings because he was going to do a new series or whatever. And then the recession hit, and I remember reading an article where then suddenly the story turned into, oh, these people need to get laid off because the economy is falling apart. And it was like, you totally just jumped on the opportunity that like this is the story now. And oh god, yeah, he doesn't make the dot painting. They don't make that stuff themselves.
So he didn't even do the shark thing.
No. There's been a handful of sharks because they deteriorate. No, he just buys the shark and then they have someone make the lucite box and then someone builds it.
So he's literally just the ideas man.
Yeah, no, yeah, exactly.
Right.
And he would admit it if he has. That's what drives me crazy about these artists. And then they play it off like they know how to make the art themselves, but they don't. I remember I saw an interview with Jeff Koons, and they talked about having a studio make his work, and he was like, well, I could do it myself, but there's not time. And it's like, I get what you're trying to say, but you're also full of shit. You couldn't.
Yeah.
There's no way you could. Like, I just know you couldn't. I know you couldn't. I just want to see you try. Just let me see you try, because you'll fail. I know you will. But
we know artists. We know that artists make time for stuff. If they want to make a painting or they want to make a thing, and they've got that money, they will get it done.
Well, and it takes a lifetime. To get the skill level to be able to do what the people do, and they're not, and you just know they don't have the time to do that, and so they're the ideas people.
Yeah.
And I don't like the idea of the ideas person, because really,
the ideas person should be the artist as well.
Yeah, you're paying for someone else to do the struggle of figuring out how to actually make the thing, and I know it's not to underestimate the amount of work that would still go into coordinating all that, but it's still very different than actually doing the technique to do it, because the technique to do it takes that certain level of patience where you're going crazy, where you have to, like, I need to do this one technique for 14 straight hours and stare at this one thing. And if you're not experiencing that, then you're missing a big part of being an artist, like getting through that battle.
The part of the thing of being an artist is the journey. The journey that you go through, one, from learning how to do stuff, and two, from physically doing it. A lot of people kind of get this idea in their head that you learn how to be an artist and then you make good art. But the learning how to be a good artist part is probably just as important as making good art. At least that's how I feel. Because I think you get into this kind of weird zone where you're just enjoying it and you just love it. And I think you enjoy the fact that you're sitting there for 10 hours drawing the same thing. For some bizarre reason, your brain decides that's the most fun thing in the world to do at that point. And they're the people who go on to do amazing artwork because they feel the artwork.
Well, and you get in that zone. You know? Oh, so weird. I just looked at your feed and I saw the photo. I've been looking at the photo in black and white for a while, and I just looked at the one in color for yours, and it was just like, it's amazing how different it looks because I totally push the value contrast really drastically. Oh crap. All right. So I did not crop my drawing where it is in the photo, and I need to determine, is her shirt going to be a crew cut or a V-neck? Because I don't think I can bring it down to this line at the bottom. What does it look like? Are we looking at a thing that looks like it might be a V-neck?
I think it's probably a V-neck, but not a point, like a little bit of a curve. That's what I'm guessing. Just because of the way it's laying on her.
So you think there's a curve at the bottom?
Yeah, but I think it's like I think if you looked at it, it'd be kind of a triangle-ish shape, but it's curved. Does that make sense?
So it should go like as a triangle, but curve at the bottom?
That's what I think it would be.
Whoa, weird. So girl shirts do that. That's a new thing.
Girls' shirts do many things.
Girls have way more clothes options.
Yeah.
You go to any store and all, like, the men's department will be like the corner in the first floor in the back corner, and then the 3 floors above and the 3/4 of the floor you're on will be all the women's clothes.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And that's fair enough. That's fair enough. Men are very simple people.
I don't agree with that.
All we need is the clothes to just be cut well to a good shape.
See, the thing is,
simple.
A lot of women are now shopping in the men's department because you guys get the clothes that work.
No, you know what it is because the women know. They know from experiences of being in relationships, like when you borrow like the boyfriend's like sweater or hoodie, and it's like girls always look better in it. Always. Like every guy wants the girl to like wear their sweater or their jacket or their hoodie, because like the girl's like, it's like, how good can it look? And when the girl, what? Why would guys hate it? It's the best. It's the best thing ever. It's the best.
I hated that girls steal their hoodies.
I think that's adorable. That's the best thing ever. Why would, no way? No, they probably say they had it. They probably say that they hate it just so they can like play a role. But really, it's the best. It's the best thing in the world. No, it's the best. They like it. If they say they hate it, they're lying just because they want the hoodies to be stolen more.
All men are lying, according to Funisher.
Yeah, probably. But not in like dramatic, intense lies, but just lies
about hoodies.
Just lies to get girls to steal hoodies and do things that are adorable. That they're really good at. I was on a Troll X chromosome, and being one of the many men lurkers there, and there was that comic I love where it's the couple on the couch, or maybe they're on a date. I don't know the scenario. They're on the couch. And then it's striking midnight, and the girl's like, "No, I need to go." And he's like, "What? Why?" And then she poofs into like pajama glasses mode, and then asks for the Wi-Fi connection.
Yeah, that's so true.
That comic is the best thing ever.
Yeah.
Girls play it off like they're scared of men knowing that part, but that is the best. That is the best. That is the best part about girls. That is so funny. I love that stuff.
Troll X is boss.
Yeah, that's such a good sub. I hope it never starts sucking, so I can lurk on it forever.
Forever. You can learn the ways of the ladies.
I know everything there is to know about women.
Oh yeah, obviously.
So much. I'm drawing a woman. What else is there?
What does that even mean?
I don't know. All I do know is boom, this guy finished the bottle.
Did you? You've legit finished the bottle.
Well, this is all that's left.
Oh my god. Down it.
I'm doing alright too. I can't wait to wake up to 4:45 in the morning.
It's almost 4:05 now.
Really? Yeah. So it's you'd be waking. So really, in 40 minutes, you should be waking up and catching a train to go stand in a drywall, dust-filled warehouse, and then that's the story of my life.
No. No, I sit here and I do this. That's my life.
Oh my god.
I'm very lucky.
We're trading. We're trading. Yeah. No, I'm building it. I'm working towards it right now.
Yeah.
I'm working towards the battle plan. I'm really excited.
I'm weirdly going the other way because I'm thinking about getting my own place soon. So I'm thinking about possibly doing a part-time job that would kind of cover the little bit, like, to make it more consistent. But at the same time, I don't know, this year's a weird year because this year has started off really good for just in general, but then I know I've got the stuff with the London thing coming up, so it's just a weird year. So it's just like, let's just see what happens. Let's just ride this wave and see what happens, and then I'll decide at the end of the year what my plans are.
I don't even know what would be the advice. Is it's like, yeah, part-time job, get work, and then the other part of me is like, don't get comfortable.
Don't do it.
Don't ever. I've been in a job, I've been too comfortable for 6 years. Don't ever do it. And then
I'd never get comfortable. I know that just from. I know that just from school. Oh,
I got my first job washing dishes when I was 13, and I've been working ever since. And the day I realized that I literally have spent 30,000 hours. 30,000 hours.
I literally just felt sick just then.
30,000 hours at jobs I don't care about. Don't ever get comfortable.
No.
Because
I feel my heart rate rising from just
30,000 hours. One of my biggest accomplishments was this 6-foot landscape painting that I spent. It really only took about 200 hours, but over the course of a year as I worked on other things. So that painting was shy of 200 hours. I've spent 30,000 at stupid jobs wasting my time. I said that to a friend that owns a gallery, and she just looks at me and just goes, "Mike, you think too much." I'm like, well, excuse me.
I think it's good to think about that though. Like, not as long as you don't let it destroy your brain, but it's good to be aware of that. So that I think it's important that everyone always thinks about where they're moving to and why they're doing it.
Well, and that was the thing, is I thought about that, and it wasn't about, getting depressed over that idea. It was about the idea that it was, realizing it was, I don't have to do that.
Exactly.
I don't have to. I can, I just have to simplify, and I don't have to do that. And it was kind of a relief. It was almost when I realized it. At first, I was mortified, and I'm sure I probably curled up on the floor for a minute and drank a bottle of wine. But then it was the realization. It was like, oh my God, I'm so glad I know. And you just do what you got to do to get the thing done. But you just as an artist, you just have to make sure that the art is the priority above all else rationale or what anyone says.
Well, that and your sanity.
Yeah, sanity. And then people, sacrifices. To hell with sanity. And then people saying, oh no, you're gonna, maybe it's time to settle a little bit. No, never. Never. Die holding the sword.
Yes. That's definitely my motto. Just why just sit there and do nothing when you might it might be the harder path, but just go and live life. Yeah.
My motto is you only have one life to fuck up, so you might as well fuck up the one you got.
That's a good one. That's a very good one. Alright, I think I'm at a point where I think I'm ready to finish this Reddit Gets Drawn.
I could probably wrap this one up soon once I finish this shirt. Call it a wrap, take a photo of it, upload it online, look at it tomorrow, see if I still like it.
No, never look at it again the next day.
That's a good point.
Not if you've already submitted it.
Yeah, if it's already submitted, just let it go. It's just part of the world now.
Exactly.
I think this one's looking alright. I don't know. It's better than I thought. It's not I have it at an angle to the camera, but God, how do the lips and that eye are off? That's just, come on, Mike, get it. What was the colorblind phrase?
Oh, sort your life out.
Sort your life out, Mike. Come on now. Sort your life out is ridiculous.
I should probably say this. I just realized I haven't saved this at all. Imagine if I closed it.
Yeah, you don't want that mistake to take over.
No. I spelled March wrong. Everyone's watching me try to learn how to spell. There we go.
Yes. And McStevie agrees. Part-time job. It's a trap. That's how the man
It's a
gets you.
trap.
That's how she knows. She knows. Listen to her. It's a trap. It totally is a trap. You got to go in and you got to set the rules. They're like, well, what we're gonna need, and then you go wup, 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 and you put your finger over their mouth like this. You go, here's what I need, and then you just start laying out the ground rules.
What, walk in like I'm already the boss?
Exactly. You're like, here's what I need. You're like, let me borrow your hoodie. I'm gonna put that on now. And then he won't be able to say anything because he'll be like, shit, it looks so much better on her. Damn it. And then you just lay out how it works. He's like, well, we run a pretty tight ship. And you're going to be like, shh, I do not run a tight ship because I'm an artist. Have you ever heard of someone named Tracy Emin? She makes her own rules like me.
Does she make her own rules?
I don't know. Maybe. She probably used to. I don't know if she does anymore.
I think people tell her what to do now so that she's worth money.
That is so exactly probably what it is. Holy shit, that's so sad. Oh my god.
And on
and
that,
the thing is I sit there and I rip on it, but if you think about the responsibility they have, whether they fell in it to protect their marker. Exactly, to protect their value, because no longer is it going to be about you. Is suddenly now you're this brand, and you have to defend the brand.
Yeah.
Like I talk all this ridiculous shit, but really, I cannot imagine the pressure that those artists are under. You know, I can't imagine. I can't even pretend to imagine.
It would be insane. It would be like being the J.K. Rowling of art. It just wouldn't make any sense. You're suddenly this figure that represents something, even though you just wanted to make artwork.
Can you imagine being a J.K. Rowling releasing a series of art pieces about all the people she fucked in a tent and all her used condoms on a bed in a room? That would be pretty intense.
She made that latest one, didn't she? Vagrant something.
Yeah, she wrote some a more adult fiction or however.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, the thing is like when you write Harry Potter, all right, idea is yeah, kids book, whatever, but really the book matures to a point where it's for adults too. I never read it.
That's why everyone loved it.
Yeah, it's. You don't have to defend it like I can write like an adult because it's like you totally already did.
Yeah.
I'm saying that from hearsay because I know it's fucked up, but I didn't read Harry Potter. I know. I'm sorry. I know. Here's the weird thing is my brother read it and he's a writer and he's like, dude, you gotta read. He's like, Harry Potter's awesome. He's like, I like Harry Potter way more than Lord of the Rings. And I was like, don't tell people that, but I will.
Say that
I just did, and I just said it. But he was just like, yeah, Lord of the Rings is boring. He's like, Harry Potter's the best. And I was like, okay.
The Hobbit's really good. Reading the Hobbit's really good.
I think I read The Hobbit way back in the day.
I enjoyed reading that, actually.
I think I could erase this line that I hate so much. Maybe if I really rub it off the paper, I can get rid of it. No, it's not going anywhere. Son of a bitch. It's there forever. God damn it. It is the end of the world.
Literally.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, literally. Boom! Killed the bottle. I did it.
Done. You succeeded.
I don't even know why I bothered drawing, because I just made a way bigger accomplishment.
What about finishing the bowl?
Yeah, I'm gonna go dancing.
Didn't you say you've got work in the morning?
Yeah, 4:45 in the morning, but it's only 9:14 right now, so I got.
Oh, okay. You're doing alright.
I'm gonna sleep like a champ. I'm gonna show up to work. I'm gonna do a cartwheel into the building, slap a bunch of people high five.
Oh my god.
They're gonna be so proud of me.
I'm sure they will. I'm sure they always are.
Always. I spent the whole day loading stuff onto shelves and coughing from drywall dust.
Drywall getting destroyed by that.
That stuff is gnarly, man. It's not even dust anymore. It's like a heavier smoke.
Oh God.
Careful with the drywall.
No, I will avoid that. Thank you.
Yeah, avoid the drywall. Part-time work. What are you thinking of doing for part-time work?
Oh, I don't even know. I don't even know. Because it's something that I've avoided for so long that I didn't even let myself think about it for so long. Because I was like, I'm just going to commit to drawing non-stop. And that's what I did as soon as I left school. The savings that I'd made for university, I then decided, well, seeing as that's now no longer an option, I'm going to use that money to buy a Mac and to buy software that I need and to like set up my first print run. And then that was a thing. It was a dedication. So
yeah.
But I think I also underestimated just how big of a curve it is you have to succeed in to be able to make the money to live. I'd never realized, because what you can like tick off one thing, but then ticking off everything in life bills is just insane. And then once you start thinking about the future beyond that, it's just unthinkable to me. And yet at the same time, I'm always seeing growth in my business, and I'm always seeing my abilities improve. So it's been this kind of thing where I need to think about it, but I really don't want to.
Just keep being the artist. You just even when you're the thing is I remember when I first moved to the Bay Area, I worked at a Walgreens, and Walgreens, whatever, just doing just working at a drugstore, doing the whatever shit. But the thing that sucked about that job actually was I was in like a management kind of application way, and they mixed my schedule, so I was working day shifts and graveyards. So I would wake up at like 5 in the morning and go to work, get off at like 3 p.m., and then they would tell me to go to a different location and get there at like 10 p.m. and work until 6 a.m.
What?
So I would have to go home and try to sleep as much as I could in the middle of the day so I could go work a night shift at a different spot.
That's horrendous.
And then when I got off work there, it was then like, I have to get out of this job. So I try to like put on like nice clothes and then commute into San Francisco and then try to be like, hey, like I didn't just stay up all night.
Yeah.
It was absolutely miserable.
That's insane.
Yeah, it was stupid. It was just so dumb. I don't know. It just didn't feel like that level of that was necessary. It was just I didn't have better ideas. I don't know. I think it's just I don't know where I was going with this because the whole bottle of wine.
The whole bottle of wine thing happened. Yeah.
The other crazy thing is this wine in California, this crappy Charles Shaw wine. It's referred to as two buck chuck. This became known as like the small gallery wine because when you have an opening, you usually have like wine or whatever with the opening. But if you art gallery doesn't have much money, you're not going to spend a lot of money on wine, so you buy the Charles Shaw, which I don't know if it was true, but the story is I like the story, and the story might be better than reality, so let's pretend that the story's true.
Okay, the story's true then.
So here's the story, is this guy has a vineyard, and this is pretty decent wine. A wine snob would probably get mad at me saying that, but he has this vineyard, and it goes through a messy divorce, and to avoid that his wife that he's embittered to making a bunch of money off the wine, somehow he works out the thing where he sells the wine at pretty much at such a low rate that it was originally sold at $2 a bottle.
Right.
Now, and it's now sold at $2.50 a bottle. But it's like this whole bottle of wine was $2.50, which is about half the price of a beer at a bar. I love that story. It's hilarious. I don't think it's true at all, but I like the story. And I'm at a point where after you drink a bottle of wine, your whole life becomes just stories.
Is it not anyway?
Yeah, right. The worst thing is I'm realizing now that the videos of me drawing is now there's like a very measurable percentage of videos that involve me getting hammered because there's this and there's the noob school of me drawing Melvin. I think the kid's name was Melvin, and I get so drunk in that video that it must just look like that all I ever do is get drunk and make drawings.
Should
which
we
is
should we have my first time ever getting drunk on this stream then?
that would
Join
be
in.
that would be funny. That would be really funny. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I'm not as a person who gives advice, I shouldn't say yes. I shouldn't because it's like bad advice. It's bad advice because, like, you know, you have your own reasons for whatever your reasons are for not ever drinking.
I don't have any reasons against not drinking. I just haven't done it.
Is that really all it is?
So
Wow.
I used to not like drinking, and then I got that one drink, Fat Frog, which I like. But then I haven't bothered to get drunk because it hasn't been a situation that I've been in. So I've never been drunk.
Well, wow, it's that simple. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's
Dude, for
that
me,
simple.
I started drinking. For me, I hate when I started drinking. That sounds crazy. That sounds like way more intense and invested. Than
When
it
I
actually
began,
is.
when I planned out my life to...
When I decided that my whole life revolved around drinking. No, for me, like, it was that I graduated from high school, and then I was gonna buy, I don't remember what it was, if it was like some type of booze or beer for my friends, and we realized like if I shaved my head, I would look enough like my brother's driver's license that I could then use that to buy booze. The crazy thing was though, I shaved my head, and it was a moment because I was already had like kind of shitty hair by the end of high school, pretty much thinning, and I shaved my head, and I looked so much like my brother. We were just like, what? It was crazy. And then what was also hard was the realization that I looked way better. Like, once I shaved my head, it was that thing where, like, I should have done that, like, my first year of high school. Like, God damn it, you know? And that's how that started. So I shaved my head. I looked exactly like my brother in the driver's license. And I knew at a certain point, I'm drinking with my friend Dylan. Like, we were just in college, just getting hammered, normal kind of party stories. And I knew that, like, okay, maybe we took it to a level that was too far, because in Utah you cannot buy alcohol. You can buy, like, beer, but it's like a 0.5% of alcohol content beer at a grocery store because of Mormons.
Right, okay.
Mormons. So if you wanted a beer that was at the normal percentage or any hard alcohol, you had to go to a state liquor store. And so what that meant is I had my brother's ID, and I'm going to the liquor store, the same liquor store, and we're partying, so I'm going there all the time. And I knew it was a problem because I'm like, I think at that point I'm 19 years old, and I go in and I fill up like a cart just full of just like stupid booze, not like a normal person's like, here's a nice whiskey, here's some nice like craft beers or whatever, but like young person's stupid booze like 99 bananas and stupid schnapps or whatever.
99 bananas.
Yeah, that's a ridiculous alcohol. But shit like that, and I go up to the counter, and at the point the guy, I put it up, and I pull out the ID, my brother's ID, and the guy just goes, oh, no. He's like, I know you. He's like, I don't need to see your ID. I was like, oh, no. Like, he knew me. The people at the liquor store knew me.
That's an issue.
That is an issue. I was like, that's a problem. And at first, I was like, the problem is that now I can't go here when I actually turn 21 and use my own ID.
No.
And then the other problem is like, dude, I've come here so much that they know me. Like, I'm a regular at the liquor store. Because I'm also buying booze for my friends. It's like, when you're the dude with the fake ID, that's like being the friend with the truck. And now anytime a friend needs to move, they're like, hey, can you help me move? And you own the truck, you know?
I know
Oh,
having a
shit.
truck is a thing. That's not a thing here.
Oh, well,
No
it's
one
good.
has a
That's
truck.
right. That's right. Because out there, I remember when I was out there, everyone had like big vans. And it totally makes more sense.
Yeah.
I drive a big van for work. It was a Dodge or Mercedes Sprinter, and that's what we deliver art in. And when I was in Italy and we were driving, and then you look out in the fields and the farms in the U.S., it's all trucks, but in Italy they were driving sprinters, and I was just like, I felt so warm in my heart. I'm like, that is awesome because I drive a sprinter. I felt like I was one with that country. Because it also kind of looks a lot like California. The Italian countryside looks a lot like California.
Does it? I've never been to Italy.
I feel like it's just like a sister landscape. It's very close. And the fact that they all drive sprinters in the farm, I was just like, oh my god, I should get like a cottage out here or something. I don't have money, but I should find a way. I'll write a book about it.
You'll write a book about wanting to get a cottage in Italy.
Yeah, I'll just be like a I'll be like an Eat, Pray, Love. I'll just be like a lady in my 40s having a midlife crisis, and I'll buy an Italian cottage somehow, with my shipping money, and I'll just buy Italian real estate because it must be cheap. I don't know how that works, and then I'll fix it up even though I have no craftsmanship skills, and I'll write a book about it. And I'll just kind of hang out.
Sounds like a plan.
with a big pile of corgis.
With a big pile of corgis. No, a big pile of otters with corgi ears.
Otters with corgi ears. I don't know how that would happen, but there's gotta be a way.
Alright, well, it's 5:30 in the morning here.
Wait, is that before or after 5 in the morning?
That's after 5.
Holy shit, so you're watching
5:30.
sunrise now.
Oh my god, let's see if it's sunrise.
I think what you should do is
It's not sunrise yet.
you should describe the sunrise to McStevie.
But it's
I
not
think
sunrise.
McStevie wants to know what the
Okay, I'll
sunrise
describe the
looks like
sunrise
in the
right
UK.
now.
Yeah.
So I'm looking out of my window right now, and it's black. That's the sunrise right now.
That sounds so much like a British sunrise. Just black gray
Just
soot.
blackness. Just like this gloop of inky darkness rises over the sky, and then grey clouds emerge from it, and that's how we exist. And there's a drizzle that lasts from October till October. And that's Britain.
Are there like at least chimney sweeps dancing on the roofs right now?
No.
Oh, come on.
Even the cats are done. They're just laying on the floor like, what are you doing?
That's ridiculous. When a cat, cats are always done. All cats ever do is they pick a spot on the floor and then they blink slowly. That's what a cat's job is.
Yes, cats blink slowly. That means that they're content with you.
That means that, really?
Yeah.
What is a cat?
Right, so if you see
Wow.
a cat and it raises its tail, that means hi. And if a
That
cat
means hi?
Yeah, that means hello. If it raises its tail and points it towards you, whilst it's like running up to you, and then
Fuck that.
if a cat blinks really slowly at you, that means that it trusts you and it trusts that you won't hurt it.
That's ridiculous.
According to the internet. See, the reason why I had to look this up was because one of my cats went nuts, and it turns out that one of my cats has depression and anxiety and is currently pulling its fur out.
Okay, here's the thing. I'm not supposed to laugh, but I just assumed that that's how all cats felt about
I have
life.
to give him happy pills.
Wait, you give like your cat like Xanax?
Yeah. Well, it's not actually Xanax. It's like some herbal thing. But yeah, one of the cats is actually depressed, and we have to give him pills, and we can't figure out why. It makes no sense. He's got the loveliest life. He's just like, no, I'm not feeling it.
I'll tell you why he's depressed, because he's a cat. That's just what cats do best. Cats are morose. They blink slowly, and they just kind of like, you're like, hey, kitty, and they're just kind of like, whatever, I don't give a fuck. I make my own rules. It's gray outside. Our sunrise is all blackness.
Can cats see colour? I don't know if they can.
I don't know. Dogs can't, right?
I don't know.
That's because they wear their personality is where their color is.
What does that mean?
It means they're adorable. I just couldn't think of a better way to say it. But dogs are awesome. I never had a dog. I want a dog so bad.
I want a dog. I'd love to have a massive garden and have a husky, and then the husky can run for as far as it wants to go.
My favorite things that huskies do is like when they bark, but they don't do like a normal bark. They do that like bark. Huskies are hilarious. They're awesome.
I want to take that as a soundbite and make it the theme tune of this stream.
We need to look into, can you, like, have... Because I know if you play music, it will cut off the hangout. It will end it. And I'm wondering...
Will it?
Yeah, I did a test one, and I was just drawing, and I was playing just whatever music I wanted, and a warning popped up that said, like, don't play this music, it's copyrighted. And I was like, fuck you, Google, I make my own rules. And then I kept drawing, and then it just... Yeah, I stood up to the man, and then it just shut it all down. It just killed the stream, and that was it.
Gosh.
And so I'm wondering though, if you play music that's not, like if you play music that was that doesn't have a copyright, will it still do that? Because there's like there's a radio station in New Jersey called WFMU that has a free music archive, so music that's available for like whatever kind of I don't know, that's Creative Commons licensing, So I'm wondering if Google will still kill it if you play music that isn't, you know what I mean? Like, does it know the difference? I don't know. I would assume it did. It's Google. It's pretty smart.
It should have an ID content creation thing, so it should be able to tell.
Yeah, so if we could like pull music that doesn't have that, then that would be pretty sweet, Then we could actually have intro songs or whatever, or we should have musician friends make intro songs. That'd be so fun.
We need intro songs. We need theme tunes.
Art Broken knows how to make music. I'm gonna bug him.
Art Broken, make us theme tunes.
And we got to get Mac Anthony on here and all sorts of people.
We need to get so many people on here.
I know. People need to like reach out and they need to join in on the party.
And chat about geology and burritos and all that lovely stuff.
There's so much burrito talk that needs to happen. This is ridiculous. California won the burrito battle, and I feel bad for people that live in the Southwest because I know you guys got like secret burritos down there that we'll just never understand.
Secret burritos.
You guys, you have no idea what you're missing. Like a good burrito is just it's like a moment. You know what I mean? It's like the first time you see a firework as a kid. A burrito is like the first time you're on a roller coaster and it goes down the big hill, and you at the same moment you realize you were brave enough to get on the roller coaster, but then also like scared enough to have fun. That's what a burrito is when when the right burrito happens to you. The right burrito is when your partner, the first time they say I love you, that's what a good burrito is. It's intense. It's passionate.
You should get hired for companies to shill their products.
As long as those products are burritos and good burritos, then yeah. That's what a burrito does.
The word burrito no longer sounds right.
Well, a burrito is not like, it's just like, it should be like just like a sound. It shouldn't even be a word. Like a burrito should just be like an exhale and then a sigh of relief at the same time. That's what a burrito. That's what the word for burrito should be. I don't know what that would be, but it should be that.
Okay.
Burrito just happens to you.
I feel like on that note, we need to
start the podcast because we haven't been recording this whole time. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, no, you're right.
I would be so upset. Shut up.
That would be the worst, but no, it's good.
It's good. That's people.
4
Are there any
hours.
Questions in the chat? Are there any questions in the chat before we ignore everyone?
UK or Seattle, but I don't know what that's in regards to. Hold on a second.
UK.
Let me get back a little bit. What part of the UK is Sarah from?
Okay, I'm in Essex. I'm near Basildon. I'm in that lovely, wonderful part of the world. I'm in Corringham, so yeah. So it's near London.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who are some awesome people from the place you're from? Right. I don't know.
All right. I want you to look up The Only Way Is Essex, and that's where I'm from.
Wait a minute. That sounds familiar. How do I know what that is?
Do you know what The Only Way Is Essex is? Oh God. It's basically the Jersey Shore of the UK.
Oh, yes! I've heard of that! Oh, shit! No, I know what that is. That's ridiculous. That's where you're
I'm
from?
from. That's where
That's
I am
hilarious. Oh my god, I know what that is. I've seen just like clips. Oh my god, I know what that is. That's where you're from.
That's where I'm from.
That is awesome. Well, if it makes you feel any better,
That is awesome.
that's just hilarious. I don't know. It's funny. It's got the reviews are horrendous. IMDb a 3.2. That's good. That's no. It's funny because no, that means that's a good thing. No, it's a good thing.
Shut up.
No, that's good. Like I mentioned, the radio station had the free music archive. They're based in New Jersey.
Right.
And Jersey, obviously Jersey Shore, but that means that, that's like, if that shit's out there, then that means cool shit's out there because it's just very deep, because it's in response to The Only Way is Essex. Oh my god. I'm going to start watching that, and I'm going to just throw out references to it.
No.
Yeah, in the middle of it. Oh, this is going to be the best.
Be sitting there like Reem.
Yeah, I don't know what that is, but I'm going to find out, and I'm going to, be talking about it a lot.
Is it, though? No, don't start that.
That's going to be awesome.
Don't.
I cannot wait.
No. Oh, God, I'm not looking forward to next Monday.
This is going to be... Well, I don't know if I can catch up that fast. That's assuming I'm going to binge watch it, which is possible. I would not rule anything out.
Binge watching stuff is what I do. I'm subscribed to 188 YouTube channels.
And let me guess, you do not watch all 188 updates.
I watch a significant amount of them because I just sit here and draw all day, and then I just have rolling YouTube channels on all day, and it just jumps from makeup to gaming to the slow-mo guys to everything, and I'm just that's my life. Just binge watch everything.
I'm so fucking jealous. That's so much better than being in a cloud of drywall dust. That's awesome.
The downside is that you spend a lot of your day questioning what your life is and questioning whether what you're doing is useful to humanity. But
yeah, you think sitting in a cloud of drywall dust, I don't ask those things to myself every day?
You're doing stuff.
I sneak into the bathroom at my work so I can just say something on Reddit or jump into Google Hangout and say hello to people.
Oh,
That's it. Here's the thing. If it's 11:30 a.m. where I am, there's a good chance you're talking to me and I'm in the bathroom. That's just a rule for anyone on Reddit. I could be at the bathroom at that exact moment, pretending like I need to be in there, just so it's let's just get away from work for a minute.
Oh god, dude, get out! Just get out of it.
I'm working on it.
Yeah.
I'm working on it. I got a Grandmaster plan. It's already in action.
Grandmaster
really
plan. You need a Rocky Balboa sequence. You need music going on.
I need to run down the street and a bunch of people to be running with me.
Yeah. Straight up.
Yeah, maybe I do. I mean, I'm not from Philly or anything, but I think I can get in the vibe. I think this drawing turned out all right. I'm actually pretty okay with it.
I'm gonna jump out so I can see yours. Right. Okay. You have to speak, otherwise I can't see it.
What? Oh, I have to start talking and then it goes to me? Is that how? That's right. It goes by backwards.
That's cool. I like that.
It's weird. I mean, I think it came together all right. It's not. I mean, whatever. For the time frame and the fact that I drank a bottle of wine.
You did drink a bottle of wine. That did happen.
And talked about geology and I don't even remember.
We did talk about geology. Look, geology. There you go.
I just had to finish the bottom right corner of the shirt.
Oh,
and
the shirt,
yeah. Yeah, this isn't done yet. I'll just finish that and then draw some hairs, these kind of things.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think it's done. How are you feeling about yours?
I think I did alright. Wait, I'll put the screen share back on.
God, you did a full color piece in the amount of... Jesus Christ.
That's what I did. I think the thing was I wasn't necessarily doing it the way I normally do stuff. I wasn't doing it the right way. I was just playing around, really, and just chilling, just enjoying the time. I'm I'm happy with how I ended up. I got to a point in the middle where I didn't know what was going on, and then I kind of sorted it out. But yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
That's
alright with that.
that's always an interesting step where you're rolling with it, and then you realize like, what the hell? Like, where am I with this
Yeah,
right now?
what happened?
It's a lot like the first time you drive home drunk, and then you wake up the next day and you're like, I don't even remember driving home. No, I'm
Don't
just
drive home drunk.
kidding. No, don't do that ever. Don't do that ever.
drive home
That was the
drunk.
joke of that. Don't do that ever. Ever, ever. I wanted to just say it casually and see how long that would last before people were like, don't fucking do that ever. Don't do that
No,
ever.
God, no, don't.
Don't ever fucking do that. No matter how confident you are and how much you think that you got your shit under control, don't do that.
Don't
ever.
even think about it, yeah.
Don't even do it like it's a funny joke. Don't even fucking do it.
Don't even
funnier-
joke about it like you
The
just did.
funnier joke is sleeping at your friend's house and then bugging them in the morning. So do that joke instead. That's
that.
way funnier.
With a massive headache.
With the worst
Fair enough.
headache. With
Yeah.
the worst headache. Share your I stayed at my friend's house because I drank too much stories instead of going home. That's a way better story to share with people. Share that one.
Yeah. So true.
Anyways. Yes.
Can you call a taxi where you are?
Here's the thing: is that you can even you can hail cabs out here and everything, but in Utah it was illegal to hail a cab, so you'd have to call a taxi.
Right.
But here you can hail cabs. But out here, Uber is pretty popular. Do they have Uber out there?
I don't know what Uber is. I know that that's a German word.
Yeah, well, like out here, like what Uber is it's kind of like the way Uber works is like anybody, if they have a car that is clean enough to a certain level and has the app and the proper things installed in their car, they can work as a taxi. So I can pull the Uber app up on my phone and set the location of where I am and where I want to go, and then someone who has the car who has it to the standard that's acceptable for Uber, has approved it, whatever the approval process is, can come pick me up, and then they take me home, and then it bills my credit card automatically and then pays the driver, and then I'm sure a percentage goes to the company, and that's how Uber works.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and it's useful and it's helpful, but it's a little controversial because the whole idea of taxis is you have to get special permits to do that in the city, so there's not too many taxis. Well, Uber kind of
don't get into a car with a mad axe murderer. Don't do that.
funny story. Well, not funny
story
Not
after
funny
mad
at all.
axe murderer.
But, Uber, they don't have to get the permits because it was that app, but then it became a big controversy and et cetera, and who knows what their future is. They were valued at $19 billion, which is ridiculous. Fucking Silicon Valley is ridiculous.
Yeah.
But there was instances of Uber drivers attacking passengers. But to be honest, there's only a few instances of that, and you're kind of like at that. Well, here's the thing: is at that point,
only if it happens 5 times. There
has to be stories of cab drivers attacking passengers too. You know, right?
Well,
I mean, cab drivers. At some point, one of them lost their shit. They probably picked up a bunch of drunk people from a bar, and they're like, "Bro, we're going to a strip club," and then it's like, "I don't want to go to a strip club. Why don't we ever snuggle? Shut up! Don't control me. You shut up!" And then the driver's like, "I have a hammer," and then they take things into their own hands.
I mean, the more common thing that I've heard is that the drivers get attacked because there's a rule here where taxi drivers. No, there's a rule here
there's a rule where you attack the driver.
No, shut up. There's a rule here where taxi drivers don't have to wear seatbelts. And even though that's unsafe for them, it's safer for them because it means there isn't something holding against their neck, which the person behind them can pull on. And that's a genuine concern over here.
Jesus Christ, that's intense. You gotta let that gray, smoggy, smoky, chimney sweep weather not hit you guys as much. You gotta be more optimistic like California where everything's perfect. We just assume it's all perfect until everyone's in a mansion with a cloth over their face and sneakers on, you know?
What does
This is
that
cult
mean?
land. Well, this is cult land. This is where all the cults come from, is California.
Okay. Oh,
That's
right,
what that was in reference to. I don't even know. I'm loopy.
It's 6 a.m.
Oh shit! This literally was supposed to only go for like 2 hours. That's how long this was supposed to go, roughly.
It's alright. I kind of assumed that it would go on a lot longer than that, to be honest, because I thought once we get into the drawing and the chatting about random stuff, then yeah. But it's fine.
You were up all night. Your shit is fucked up. You were up way too late. Oh my god.
Well,
No,
I'm
you'll be
going to
fine.
bed now, and then
Okay.
when we finish this, and then I'm waking up 12 noon tomorrow, and then I'm going to try and go to bed at like 11 or 12 that night.
So you still got 6 hours.
Yeah, so that's still
Alright.
okay. Well, I mean, I basically said that I'd just extend, like I'd move my sleep times, basically.
Do you know the fucked up thing for me is if I go to bed to try to wake up at the time that my manager, who I have not responded to, asks if I could be at work at 7, I'll also, if I go to bed now, I'll only get 6 hours of sleep.
What? How have
'Cause
we
I-
both ended up with that?
I think that means we're doing this right.
No.
I think we succeeded.
You think
I
we
think we-
succeeded?
Yeah, I think we win.
I think
I think we
episode
just
1 went
won.
well then.
I think we just won the internet.
We won the internet because
It
we had
happened.
6 hours of sleep.
Finally. I haven't responded to that manager yet. I'm just going to write him back and be like, yeah, dude, I'll be there. No problem.
You're such a weird person. Why would you do that?
Meet 7 a.m. to meet the construction guys. That's a great idea.
I'd love to do that. That sounds like the best thing in the world.
Yeah, I love that time. That's so early. I don't even know if public transportation can get me there in time. No, that
What?
can't. 7
No,
a.m.
Surely
7
it'll be
a.m.
fine.
I
It's
think.
like rush
I
hour.
think our trains start at 4:45, and so I would leave like an hour later. That should be fine. I've actually had to catch planes that were so early that I had to catch the first train when it starts running again in the morning.
Oh my god.
Because I always thought because the morning hours are fast, so if you catch a plane first thing in the morning, time flies. The flight will be over
Oh
in
my
no
god.
time.
Did you just
And
make
that's
that
true.
fun?
What? Oh shit! Yeah, no, I'm sticking with it.
You didn't even realize.
I'm standing behind it. Time flies because you're on a plane.
Because you're on a plane and it's early.
Yeah, no, that works. Totally works. And yeah. But that's the thing. And then what I forgot though is that come 1 o'clock in the afternoon, or 1300 hours, because you guys are on army time out there.
Yep.
That you are just insane. That bright lights are like strobe lights.
Yeah.
Your brain's not putting anything together. You can almost feel your thoughts forming because it is so stressful to be up that many hours. I forgot about that part, but that makes it all worth it. And I think that's how tomorrow's going to be. I think I'm going to
That makes
inhale
it worth it, that feeling.
I'm going to inhale a bunch of drywall dust because I'm ready to feel alive, and I'm going to wake up.
Drywall and wine.
I drank a bottle. Here's what my schedule was. I rushed home. We set this up. I drank a bottle of wine and drew a drawing, and then I went to sleep and woke up to 4:45 in the morning. That
Have
is
you had
literally my
dinner?
story.
Have you had any food?
No, I came straight here,
You
and
need to eat-
I didn't even eat chips. I ate a lunch, and I tried to eat as
You mean
much as I could.
crisps?
Crisps, that's right. Oh man, you guys have the most adorable words for things. When I went to London, I was there with my ex, and I embarrassed her half on purpose because I get there and I notice, and I'm like, I cannot wait to see the cabs because they are so adorable looking. They're like
Oh,
something.
the little black cabs, yeah.
Yeah, and then the back doors that open backwards. I mean, maybe it's technically forwards, but it's backwards. And then I'm in the bus, and I'm just like, I'm going to say something that's going to be really embarrassing. I'm going to say it out loud in a really American accent. I can't
Oh my
wait to do
God.
it. And then I see the cab, and I just go, there's the funny-looking cars. And it's just face goes red, buries her head in her
Oh,
hands.
God.
And I could not wait to say it. That's just the kind of person I am, because you guys have adorable-looking cars.
We do. I agree.
They
with
look
that.
like they should be hand carved out of wood. They are just so cute.
What?
If they had cheeks, I would pinch them.
Oh.
Yeah. Your cars are like corgis with wheels.
Corgis with wheels.
Mm-hmm.
That, yeah, I'm happy with that. Corgis with wheels can be a thing.
Yeah, corgis with wheels. Let that stand. And on that note, wheeled corgis.
And on wheeled corgis and burrito theory.
Burrito theory. I'm gonna finish this drawing, but I'll probably just finish it really quickly, just this little part on my own time, and then submit it, and then hashtag it as burrito theory on Instagram.
Yep.
And then submit it, and then sleep for 6 hours and go to work.
Yep. Yeah, I'm gonna submit to Reddit Gets Drawn, and then I'm going to go to bed.
You should, because for you it is the next day already.
It's good morning time right now.
Good
I've got
morning.
a daylight lamp on though, so my brain thinks it's daytime.
Do you have a daylight lamp for your drawing?
I have a daylight lamp right here. That's what's making it look like it's daylight here.
Oh my God! You must stay up all night to make drawings really often to actually own a daylight lamp.
Well, I mean, the weather here is grey, so we need to replace the sunshine.
Oh my Lord!
No, but like, genuinely.
Could it be any more different than California weather? I don't think it could.
No, but I do when I've got crunch time on the books, when the book is about to, they're like, you've got 2 weeks and then this thing needs to be printed. Yeah. I do 26-hour days, and I work all night.
That's crazy.
I do everything, so I'm the one who's sending it to the publisher, no, not to the publishers, to the printers, and all of that, and the printers are sitting there, and I'm like, I'm sending it all now, it's in a Dropbox. It's insane. It is absolutely insane.
How did you, I don't know, a 26-hour day. The longest I have ever done, I think, was, I did a 16-hour day. Like, this was for an art show that was coming up, and I had to do this thing, but I couldn't rush it. And I think I did a 16-hour day, and then I slept for 4 hours, and then I went to work, and then I did like another 16 or 17-hour day. And then, but I never could do that long.
Yeah.
I think I did, like, for me it was like a span of 3 days, and I did this ridiculous amount of hours to the point where I almost felt like I had the flu, like, because I was so exhausted.
It's the worst feeling. Yeah.
And then I just had to, like, did you do that thing where you had to just, like, lay on the floor so you could stretch your back out for a minute?
And just not sit in the chair that you're working on.
Yeah.
And just be like, what am I doing with my life? And then you get that feeling in, like, your head and your mouth, and you're just like, I've transformed into a zombie overnight.
The way I describe it is that, like, I always think in my head is I feel like I'm crunchy, and I don't know what that means, but it just felt right, like my brain is being crunchy, and I don't know what it means, but it felt accurate. How did
I always feel like I've got like a cotton wool in my brain or something like that.
Oh, that's like way different.
Yeah, that's like the opposite of what you're describing.
Yeah,
but neither of them really describe whatever the feeling is.
You never felt like you had a crisp in your brain?
A crisp in my brain? No. No, you'll find this amazing. I've got crisps that are called chips here.
Oh, I don't even know what
they look like. They look like fries, but they're actually crisps, as in you'd call them potato chips, and they are named chips.
No, I don't even know what to believe anymore. I know you guys got like some. You guys got the Star Mix Haribo gummy mix.
Yes.
And you have Tesco Market, and your photo place is called Snippy Snaps. Which,
sorry, what?
Snippy Snaps was in London. That's like, well, I remember it because this was a little while ago out there, so there was still like photo developing spots because I guess people still thought people didn't have cell phones. But it was called Snippy Snaps, and that was the first time I was ever sad that a photo developing place wouldn't exist in the future, because I'm like, that is the most adorable name I've ever seen to any business.
I've never heard of Snippy Snaps.
Snippy Snaps. That was a real thing, because I walked out of your tube 900 feet below the surface of the Earth, where you guys catch your trains, apparently.
Oh, yeah, we do that.
And which is so not okay when it's a heat wave. And a store called Snippy Snaps, and I was like, I'm gonna be all right. I'm gonna be all right out here. This is fantastic.
You'll survive. If Snippy Snaps exist, you'll survive.
As long as there's some type of business called Snippy Snaps, think you're gonna be fine.
I like Blot. There's a store here called Blot, which I think.
And
is
there's a
cool.
store called Pret. There's like a cafe called Pret, right?
Do you mean
'Cause
Pret Manja?
What's that? I don't know. It's
It's
P-R-E-T-T, right? Pret?
Yeah,
No,
it's
there's
French.
Pret. No, I thought it was just called Pret with nothing else.
I don't know, unless we're thinking of different things. I know Pret Manja, but I'm probably saying that wrong because it's French, and I'm awful at French. But yeah,
Probably manger.
yeah, that's
You
right.
I want to really quickly before we go. I want to tell a story that describes how dumb and American I am.
Go on then.
I'm in Paris, and I go into a cafe, and at the cafe there's two Japanese girls working there,
Mhm.
and then they start speaking to each other in Japanese, and the first thing I think in my dumb American brain is I go, that's so weird they're not speaking English.
Oh no.
2 layers of stupid. The assumption being that they would speak English, and then not even Japanese, and then that it's French. I was a double layer of idiot, and I was proud of myself that I didn't say anything out loud, and I just kept a straight face, and I knew that I was like, Mike, just like hold it together and just understand that like you're an idiot, and just like be cool, like just keep a straight face. And don't pretend like you know how to speak French, because you totally don't. You took it in high school, but you have no idea how to do it. And I held it together. But I remember having that thought, and it was really just, I really thought about it. It was quite a moment. Made it all worth it.
I have a
So
French
dumb.
story.
Yeah.
I studied French in school. It would have been high school, I think.
Yeah.
If you link back, I think it's the same time.
Mhm.
And well, I say I learned French. I didn't learn French. I tried really hard to learn French, but I didn't know what I was doing.
Yeah, we had the same experience.
Yeah.
Exactly what happened to me.
I was top class for everything other than math.
What?
Other than math, because I'm awful at math. So I had to learn French, and I had to be seen to be doing well at it, but I couldn't. It was impossible for me.
Mm-hmm.
But the way we were set meant that I was stuck in that class regardless.
Yeah.
So it comes around to the exam. It's the summer before the massive exams. And I turn to my mum and I'm like, I'm seriously going to fail this exam. There's no way I can get anywhere near a decent score. So she tests me on a few things, and she's like, you literally don't speak a single word of French. And it's like, I've been studying this for like years, and I don't speak any of it. So my mum records all of my French coursework onto my iPod, and then I walk around every single day with it on. I fall asleep with it on, and I memorize it off by heart. And then I sit in the exam, and I answer all of them as the exact things that I learned. Day after the exam, I forget everything that it was. Like, I literally brainwashed myself and forgot everything, and I walked away with a B. So,
What?
there you go.
That's... How did you get even a B?
I don't know. I don't speak French. I
was
brainwashed
bad at
myself.
French, but I would keep telling our French teacher, her name was Madame Durst, and she was this adorable French lady. She was, I think she was about 2.5 feet tall. I don't know what her actual measurement was. She was really short, and she was just this huge smile. Her whole face was a smile. It was. I'm using my hands to describe it, but I'm forgetting that the camera is actually on the drawing. But her whole face was a smile. So imagine a 2.5-foot lady with like a 6.5-foot smile. So nice. And so I sucked at French, though, and I almost like felt bad about it because she was so genuine and passionate about it. So I'd like try to like, so anytime I'd speak a French sentence, I try to say something about how I want to go to France and how the art's awesome, which was a fact.
Yeah.
But I sucked at it, so that's all I could do to get through the class. And then I remember in my senior year, in my final year of high school, and I had to tell her like I'm not, I can't take French this last year. and she seemed just like almost confused, which made it so heartbreaking. And then that was the one time my grade went from like an A minus like straight to the B minus because it was like she started grading me on the actual scale I was at, and it was like C plus, B minus, you're not very good at French.
Oh, no.
But I felt so bad because I could like see it break her heart. And even when the time when I finally got my ass out to France, I felt like almost being like, I wish I could call her and tell her I was here, you know?
I did it. I succeeded.
That I really meant it. I wanted to go to France. I just suck at languages.
Aw.
I communicate with my drawings.
I think the French would appreciate that.
Not American drawings. We have a very complicated relationship with France. Ever since the whole freedom fries thing, justifiably, should be a little upset about that. That's not true.
I don't even know what that is.
After September 11th, they started calling French fries freedom fries.
What?
You didn't know that? Yeah.
No.
No, not everywhere, but like places that were very much like America must find terror. Yeah, they called them freedom fries. You didn't know that?
No, I didn't know that. That's
It became like the
ridiculous.
news thing because that was completely absurd. Yeah,
That
it
is
was
completely absurd.
so stupid.
Oh my god. France. I feel like
I like
everyone's
France.
learnt something about France today.
Yeah. I got a really big eye roll in Paris because I tried to order a sandwich, and then the guy asked me if I wanted it toasted, and I totally didn't know how to say that in French, and I got a big eye roll. But I had it coming. I went in way too confident.
Who knows what toasted is in French?
I wish I did, because that was awkward that I didn't. But then I was also like, come on, I'm in Paris. It's like, dude, this is like a tourist place. I'm sorry.
No, it's France. No.
If someone came into San Francisco and they didn't speak English well, I wouldn't be like, what are you doing
No,
in
but you
this
don't
place
get it,
that
it's
people
France.
visit?
You don't get it, it's France though.
I guess it is part of the experience,
It's
you know.
part of the thing that you have to speak French.
Did you ever see that article where Japanese people would go visit Paris because they would see, like, they would hear about, like, the romance of it?
Yeah, I heard about that. Oh my god.
Yeah, and they had, like, panic attacks because they weren't used to, like, they didn't know that it would be so in your face with
Yeah.
kind of, like, the,
It's just
rudeness, to be
Yeah.
blunt, but, yeah.
Although every person I've ever met from France is literally the nicest person I've ever met.
Oh yeah, you know, I mean, I don't think it has to do with French people. I just think it has to do with people working in jobs dealing with a bunch of like
Yeah.
in shitty touristy areas. I worked in a shitty touristy area in San Francisco, and it was like miserable. You know, that had nothing to do with the people. That had just everything to do with life.
Yeah.
You know? No, French people are super nice.
Yeah. I've met so many cool French artists at shows because we have like Hyper Japan and stuff like that. So there's a lot of Japanese centered shows in France, and then there's ones after them in the UK, and then they travel over here, and it's really cool to meet everyone.
Oh my lord.
What?
I'm just. I can't even tell how this drawing is. I haven't looked at it from a good angle. Oh, whatever.
It looks good to me.
Yeah, I'll be fine. Was it? Yeah, it was a good podcast. 4.5 hours.
Yeah. 6 a.m.
6 a.m. A frisbee should hit your window any minute now.
A frisbee? What?
As people go out to start playing in the park.
People don't play in the park here. Not.
There's
Not
no
in
parks in
Essex.
Essex?
There is. There's loads of parks in Essex. They're really
Yes,
nice.
there you go.
But not at 6 a.m. when it's pitch black in the freezing cold in bloody
That's-
February in the UK.
That's when people go out to walk their dogs. And then throw the frisbee. Right? They throw the frisbee out to the dog.
Yeah.
Right? No? I don't know.
Well, yeah, sometimes. I don't know.
Whatever.
I don't have a dog.
I don't either. I don't know. I just assume. That's like when I'm going to
That's
work, I
what's on
see people
TV.
walking their dog, and I'm just like, one day that will be my life. I'll be walking
One
dogs
day.
and going to this stupid job. It'll just be me and my dog hanging out. being homies,
Making art.
making
oh my
art.
god, can we teach a dog to become an artist?
If it not least that, then I want the dog to just be like chilling on like the little dog bed by the art table, just like kind of doing that, like the side dogs do where they go like, they just do that like one deep breath every like 45 minutes.
Yeah.
That's all I need. I want to have a dog do that.
I've got cats who sit near me and then
See,
they
you got
open their
cats at
eyes
least.
and then they bat my pen away.
And then they blink slowly.
Yeah.
So you got cats. I don't have any animals in here. It's just me and a roommate. Me and my homie were the only animals. I'm almost done with this. All right, I can do this. I can finish this up. And go to bed and wake up in 5 hours.
I'm just thinking about how late it is.
Yeah, it's super late. We should like totally wrap this up.
Yeah.
I mean, this is we arted. This is art. This is art happened. We did it. Hooray!
We did it. We drew a thing.
We drew a thing.
We talked a thing.
I didn't even rip it up. This happened. I can take a photo of it and put it on Reddit. And congratulations. I don't even remember the person's name. It's been so long.
Oh, we need to get the person's name. What are we doing? Inglorious Mantards.
There you go.
I hope you like our artwork that we made for you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It'd be nice if we could link to the video for them when we put the drawings.
We might be able to. Yeah, we might be able to. Why they'd watch all of this, I don't know.
But why not? I mean, if it was someone drawing me over, I would fast forward.
I would skip half a video to see that.
I'd be like, Jesus, we're talking about geology and gray, weird parks. Why is that dude talking about Princess Diana? What the fuck's going on?
Why do you keep bringing up Princess Diana?
Just because she should be. Never forget, alright? Just never forget. That's all I'm saying. Just never forget. That's all. No big deal. I don't know. Alright.
Okay, then.
Okay, alright.
I think we'll finish it there.
Yeah, and then, awesome. I don't know if all these are going to be 4.5 hours long. I wouldn't imagine so, but, that's how this one went.
I guess it just depends whatever we feel like.
Exactly.
And whether we get distracted talking about weird stuff again.
Yeah,
I think next time we'll try and... I might see if there's another way I can bring up the chat myself, because I tried to have a look earlier and I couldn't figure it out. So I'll see if there's another way I can bring up the chat as well, and we can keep a closer eye on questions and answers if people want to do that.
Yeah, well, the YouTube chat worked well. It worked way better than just the normal Google Hangouts chat, actually. I don't even know how to check the Google Hangouts chat, so...
I don't even think it's set up.
I don't even care, because to be honest, I think the YouTube chat works so much better.
The YouTube chat's good. And if people want to ask questions in the YouTube link, in the YouTube comments, we'll look through them and then we'll do them in the next video if we see people.
And the Reddit thread.
And the Reddit thread, yeah.
I don't know what the questions would be. They'd be ridiculous.
Well, I mean, if they're going to be about anything that we talked about today, then it's whether we can even remember any of it.
Oh, God, I don't even know what to say after a bottle of wine. I'm glad I finished it, though. That's an accomplishment.
That looks good. Drawing. I like that.
I think it worked out all right. That was fun.
Yeah, that was fun.
Alrighty.
We'll be back same time next week.
Yeah, and we're working on getting artists on board.
Yeah, we're looking for cool artists in the Artist Lounge to join us.
Yeah, also that also means if you're interested in joining in, hit us up, PM us, and let us know, and we'll set that up. So we got some things in the works there. Yeah,
definitely.
Mhm.
And then I guess we'll see everyone again next time. Obviously we'll have this video uploaded on YouTube, so everyone can watch it if they feel like it. If you've missed the beginning half, or if you missed the end half, you can see it there. So, yeah.
Alright, cool.
Thanks for watching, everyone.
Later, everybody.
Bye.
Peace out.